What is a chess dynasty? Unceasing dominance, move after move, again and again and again.
We have a resignation, we have history.
He is the 5-time FIDE World Chess Champion.
But a chess dynasty can also be cruel. It forces most to defer their dreams until next time. If there is a next time.
That's losing.
Oh my God, did he just blow?
Yeah, he did.
I'm blown away. The game is over.
As the chess world turns to Kazakhstan, the Magnus Carlsen dynasty is set to close. The FIDE World Championship is finally up for grabs. For two chess superstars lying in wait, until next time is now. Jan Nepomniachtchi has methodically done what he needed to do to get another shot at the title. The pressure to seize the moment this time rests heavily upon him.
Bishop takes bishop in an accuracy?
Wow, unexpected. Jan completely missed this move. Look at Jan, he's getting closer to the board.
Ding Liren knows firsthand what the end of this dynasty means. An unexpected chance to make history. Can China's best turn his good fortune into eternal fame?
Ding Liren there sitting thinking, this is the Ding that we know.
A confidence boost, a solid drop from a position of strength of the black pieces.
The legacy of this championship spans across centuries. It reads from the names of chess giants. For the first time in a decade, a new name will raise the trophy and be etched into chess history. It's the 2023 FIDE World Championship. Whose name will next be called champion?
The majestic playing hall, the St. Regis Hotel in Astana, Kazakhstan, where once again, for the fourth time, Jan Nepomniachtchi and Ding Liren will sit in these chairs in exactly 18 minutes at 3 p.m. local time for the 2023 FIDE World Championship. It is an honor to bring you Chess.com's coverage of the FIDE World Championship alongside Grandmaster Anish Giri and Grandmaster David Howell. I'm GM Daniel Naroditsky. Anish, you're here again. How's it been going so far?
Every time you say it, I feel at some point you'll have enough. You'll be like, you're here again. I'm done with this. No, but it's great. Great to be back. Happy to deliver the live coverage here. Exciting day as always coming up today. The big question I have, will it be enough confidence booster? That confident draw yesterday. Will it be enough for Ding to go for the full point today? And will he have the opportunity to do so? Not so easy. Jan is a very, very well prepared player. Ding will have to find an opening somewhere, a weakness in this tight repertoire that Jan is prepared. We'll see.
He most certainly does. David, you're joining us again. It was a pleasure broadcasting with you yesterday. Are you excited for the color switch today? This is the first game where Ding will have white that you'll be joining us for.
Yeah, thank you for having me back. You can't get rid of me now, Danya. Of course, yesterday was a draw. It felt, though, like Ding has now steadied the ship. It felt like at least a moral victory for him. He definitely sounded more confident about his chances in the post-match press conference. So I'm optimistic. If he can get a playable position out the opening, like Anish said, it's not easy against Jan with his tight repertoire nowadays. But if he can, then I'm optimistic. I think he'll be going for it. He'll be at least trying to fight, but he has to avoid defeat, Ding. That's the main thing today. Keep the momentum going somehow, just get on the scoreboard and still a long way ahead.
And he has managed to avoid defeat with the black pieces thus far as we look at the scoreboard, but not in his only white game to date. The first game, Ding was on the ropes, pulled out a draw. The second game, despite that H3 trickery in the opening, Ding suffered a loss. This is Nepo's only win in a World Championship match so far, and he is determined to not make it his only one. In yesterday's game, as David pointed out, is Ding's only draw thus far from a position of strength. It was good opening preparation. He seemed confident. He was most sitting at the board for most of the game, and he was just incredibly solid. This is the kind of Ding that we are so used to. Anish, this is the kind of Ding that will have to keep showing up.
Oh, yes, indeed. And he's back at the board, as we can see. No, that's a replay of yesterday, in fact. But yeah, Ding. The big question I have for today is what sort of novelty he will bring to the table after the H3 on game 2. I'm wondering if that's the general approach to try to surprise early on, or it was a one-off and we'll be back to the usual deep Ding that goes down long variations of the Catalan, trying to find that small improvement on move 20. We'll find out shortly, I guess. But well, the stage is set for Ding and his comeback. Whether it will happen today, I don't know, David.
Yeah, historically, Ding is extremely strong with white, so I think he just needs to go back to basics, whether it is a Catalan, whatever opening it is, just to get a playable position and not to panic too much, not to try to be too flashy. Yes, Jan's repertoire, as we mentioned, is extremely strong with black. Jan's score with black recently is great, but I don't think Ding needs to overthink it. Just get out of the opening. Even if it's a balanced position, if there's life left, there'll be chances. He's got to take confidence from yesterday.
He most certainly will, and we've speculated a lot about Ding's frame of mind and his mindset. Our very own FIDE master Mike Klein is on site in Astana, delving deep into the players' frames of mind. And once again, Mike came through with an excellent report yesterday on Ding and how he's feeling after that confident draw. Let's listen in to FM Mike Klein.
Thanks, guys, in the studio. Never before have I seen a game at a World Championship that ended in a draw feel like a win for a player. You know, they often say that once you have a loss, you should stop the bleeding and play a boring game. But it was actually Ding who was pressing for a win today, and Ding who was disappointed that he wasn't able to play for a little bit more. His body language told the entire story. Yeah, he was a little bit confused after 1d4, and the first 90 seconds were looking like a little bit more of the same from round 2. But then he recovered. He stayed at the board for much longer, and you could just tell he was back into this match. He actually explained that after round 2, he got a lot of help from some friends. And in fact, it was even considered that he go see a doctor. He rejected that idea. But let's hear what he had to say about how his friends helped him get back in this match.
Yeah, I would like to thanks to my friends, the chairman. They helped me to deal with my some emotional problem. So now I feel more comfortable at this stage.
And as for Nepomniachtchi, he was playing things very close to the vest. It seemed like he almost didn't want to be at this press conference in the way he was answering questions about the choice of his opening. The Carlsbad pawn structure, he said, yeah, it's been played a lot before. We know that. About choosing 1d4, he was just saying, yeah, it's one of the available moves. So really, he didn't want to answer any choices about his game or give any window into his world. Now, one remaining question I did not get a chance to ask Ding Liren about from round 1 that I circled back to. What exactly was he listening to with Richard Rapport? He mentioned that they were fans of 80s music. I think everybody was thinking some grunge, that's more 90s. New wave, no, it wasn't that either. It's actually Bob Dylan, Blowing in the Wind. I didn't get a chance to research whether or not that was after his unplugged phase or if Bob Dylan was plugged in, but kind of a deep cut when you think about a Chinese grandmaster listening to Bob Dylan. So a little bit of a clash of generations there, but was interesting to hear what Richard Rapport and him were jamming out to. Thanks, guys, in the studio. This has been Mike Klein for chess.com.
Thank you, Mike. Another fantastic report. Great insight as usual. Anish, we concluded yesterday that Ding is back. If he plays with the same level of comfort and confidence that we saw yesterday, he's going to be a Ding to be reckoned with. But do you think that he's in a frame of mind today to take serious risks with the white pieces? Because eventually he's going to have to win a game.
Well, an important thing you always have to keep in mind when it comes to chess, it's not exactly like boxing that you are out there and that it's you, your hand, and you just punch and you've got the spirit and all that. We've got a chessboard in between, and the position determines what you can or cannot do. Even if you want to win, if you have a slightly worse endgame, you have to defend. And likewise, I think everything is looking all right for Ding outside the chessboard. But I think things will get be determined on the chessboard, and I think the opening will play a huge role, especially as the game is played with such a long time control. There will be time to think. There will be time to find these good decisions, especially if you are in the right frame of mind. But you do need that good head start. You do need to get something on the board, and I think that is what it will come down to. What kind of opening we will see today? Will Ding get something going? Or will Jan just neutralize him? Because Jan's opening repertoire is also very forcing, full of these forced lines. It's just really hard to get this slow maneuvering kind of position where Ding could potentially outplay Jan. Well, we are here for it, and Ding has had a lot of time to prepare for the match, so perhaps he has that something ready for today.
Yeah, I don't think it's the worst thing in the world, Anish, if Ding just is able to test Jan somewhere, just even if it is a forcing line, just test his memory, at least ask a couple of questions and not take too much risk. I want to see him press, but I don't want to see him overpress. It does seem to me that historically in kind of these World Championship matches, if it is close, if it is within 1 or 2 points, they get decided nearer the end of the match anyway. Nerves will kick in. There'll be chances later on. So I do think avoiding defeat is the number one priority. Of course, if you can put pressure on, great, but a draw is not the worst result. If he loses, however, then his chances will really be blowing in the wind.
They most certainly will, and a draw certainly isn't the worst result, David, especially because Jan has won his last 3 games. Oh my God, that was a pun, wasn't it?
Sorry.
Oh my goodness.
Couldn't resist.
So my brain works slowly. Come on, it's 4:50 a.m. Not bad. I'll give you an A- for that one. I'll give Jan an A+ for his results with the Black Pieces. He comes very close to joining a very exclusive club. This is a club that's bigger than you might think. This is the club that contains all players who have reached a rating of 2,800 FIDE or above. On the top page, at the very top, is someone named Magnus Carlsen, who achieved 2,800 for the first time in 2014. His highest rating, 2,882. Vishy Anand, Jakar Mamedyarov, Wesley So, all of these names should be very familiar. And of course, Gary Kasparov's highest ever rating was 2,851. He retired at a rating of 2,815. But now let's get to page 2 of that 2,800 club. On this page, you see Hikaru Nakamura, who was world number 2 at his peak in 2015, Vladimir Kramnik, the world champion, Veselin Topalov, and at the very bottom of the list, there's Jan Nepomniachtchi, who reaches a live rating of 2799.7. He is only 0.03 of a point away from entering that incredibly exclusive club for the very first time. And speaking of a live rating over 2,800, I'm having a little bit of a hard time. I think my monitor's malfunctioning. That name at the bottom of the list, I'm seeing the A, I'm seeing the G. Anish, could you help me read the rest of the letters at the bottom of my screen?
Well, as they say, you don't want to have an asterisk next to your name, and I see one there next to mine. Well, very unfortunate there. But I indeed managed to cross the 2,800 once in a live rating. It was in city of Tbilisi in Georgia during a Grand Prix after I beat Peter Svidler in the first round. But as the tournament went on, I had some setbacks and on the list only attained 2798. And well, just like Jan, hoping to cross that 2,800 barrier. For Jan today, I think draw is not enough because Ding is a little low rated. But a win today or one of the upcoming days will mean he will get his name into history, the exclusive club. You know, I'm there at the entrance of the club, you know, waving to Jan. Come here, we have a party here in this club. Just you know, you're welcome.
And yeah, it will be in the back of Jan's mind. Chess players, we're all about the numbers, we're all about the stats, so he will be aware, but it's not his number one priority. He knows if he plays well the rest of this match, he'll get there anyway. If he plays well in future, of course, too. But yeah, the priority is to win the match, so that's what he will be focusing on. But Anish, I just want to say, I want to see a published list. 2,800. You're still young. Why stop there? 2,850. Sky's the limit.
Indeed. Sky is indeed the limit, and the sky is the limit for these players, both in terms of what they can achieve with a victory in this match. Of course, the World Championship title is at stake, but there's also a prize pool of 2 million euros, with 1.2 million of them going to the champion. The runner-up earns 800K. And of course, most importantly, the world champion gets a chance to defend their title in the subsequent World Championship match. On that note, there is so much at stake. The players are nervous, and the psychological makeup of these players is so incredibly important. We've got some cool live shots of the players as they relax before the round. There's Mr. Nepomniachtchi making full use of the couch, Anish, not even making full use of it.
Yeah, it's you know, it's really special. I'm not sure. I think players do know that they get filmed, but they somehow forget about that. And yeah, I don't know. Always very awkward when we are taking that peek into this lounges. You know, I don't know. The players are relaxing there. Jan is chilling on the sofa. Ding is much more much more constrained, on this armchair. But essentially, what I want to see is players at the board, with their thinking caps on, battling it out in the rest area. Let them have their snacks, let them chill a bit. I'm not too excited about what's going on there.
Yeah, it felt like Jan was counting the decimal points on his fingers, how close he is to that 2,800 mark. Meanwhile, Ding was smiling, and I think we'll see him enter the playing hall first. Looks like he's getting ready to start the game. He's going to be sitting behind the white pieces, of course. And you mentioned the thinking cap, Sanish. Yesterday, body language so much more positive for Ding Liren. It looked like he was, definitely had a chat with his friends, had a chat with his second, and he was there ready to pounce, ready to kill. Jan, the more chilled out of the two.
Definitely. Although the 5 minutes before the round starts, we know how nerve-wracking that is for the players. Mike Klein, who has come through with some incredible reporting on the players' frame of minds, he will be rewarded by making the ceremonial first move in this game. And that is a first move that we have speculated on. Of course, Ding's first move in game 2 was 1d4. Will we see the same opening choice? Anish, I think it's very safe to say that we are not going to see a repeat of 4h3, but I think likely we will see a repeat of 1d4. Where do you stand?
I have no idea what the strategy Ding has, has for this match. Maybe he's looking for sidelines within 1d4. Maybe he is looking all over the place. Maybe he's looking for sidelines all over the place. Maybe he thought, okay, one sideline at the start and then the main lines from after that. It's really hard to tell. I think Jan was looking somewhat nervous. Understandable. I think he realized the chance that he'll be surprised today is very high as well. If that is Ding's strategy to surprise him, well, that is not easy to face. Immediately when you're surprised, you're taken out of your comfort zone. You have to start thinking on your own. And so Jan seemed perhaps a little nervous with his fingers counting on which move h3 would happen. Would be move 1, 2, 3, or 4, or 5. But there are also other surprises, plenty of other surprises in chess, a very rich game. Jan certainly bracing for impact there.
Yeah, and Jan does tend to react quite well to surprises, I would say. I'm thinking back in the last few candidates tournaments, he's been surprised from time to time. Of course, in game 2, he's been surprised as well, and his reaction was superb, very dynamic. What do you think? Should Ding just play into one of these forcing main lines? Should he just allow Jan to get a few moves on the board, but maybe a position with minimal risk? For example, I'm thinking some Catalans. I know Jan's main repertoire is based on these forcing lines where he might even give up a pawn and just play. But okay, we do have the handshake. Any last minute predictions for this round?
I think a Catalan is likely. I think that Ding might say, I've tried the surprise weapon. Let me go into something mainstream, something that I know a lot better. Of course, with this incredibly generous time control, it's 2 hours of 40 moves and then an hour. You want to surprise your opponent, yes, but it's not a rapid game. You've got plenty of time to react to something. So this can't be a cheap surprise. It can't be something that you would play in a 5-minute game. I think it may make sense for Ding to do something completely different, play something that he knows well. Anish, you think a Catalan is likely, or you think we're going to see something a little bit crazier?
Yeah, I mean, you stole it from me. So just to give another prediction, because I was going to go with the Catalan, but now that you said it, I think English is also likely. English is also Ding's comfort zone. He's played many, many games in 1c4, and very often when he plays 1c4, he follows up with g3 later, often on the next move, and you get some sort of a Catalan type position. Often you get literally a Catalan just through this move order. You avoid certain possibilities. So we might see both 1c4 and the Catalan, but I'll give David his time to predict something. He barely has time left. There's just 1 minute. Go, David. What do you expect?
I predict not an English. Ding lost in the English in the candidates to Jan, but okay. Whoa, Mike Klein.
But that could be Mike Klein.
That probably is Mike Klein from Chessable, trying to push these terrible b3 courses, trying to bump up these sales there.
No way he plays b3. No way. I'm leaving the commentary booth if he plays b3. In a good way. I'll love it.
We would love it, though.
Oh, yeah, we'll stay with David and enjoy the rest of the show.
I'm sure you will.
No, but I'm pretty sure it was
Okay,
Mike. I watched the video about Mike Klein being so excited for this, and I think he had his freedom of choice. He was choosing between 1e4 and 1b3, and I think he went astray there, went for b3. But Ding will not repeat the same mistake. I expect. I also don't expect 1e4. By the way, I think d4 or c4 is likely. Maybe a reti with knight f3 though.
Here we go. The clock has been started. 3 p.m. local time in Astana. Ding's clock has started to tick. 10 seconds have already gone by, and a move has not yet been made. And it is, in fact, 1c4. In English.
Anish, spot on.
Where can I collect my my winnings?
A free chessable course on the English opening for guessing that one correctly.
Oh my.
And now it's another moment of truth. What will Ding go for? I don't expect him to transpose back into any d4 lines yet, but very flexible for white, of course. Jan will have predicted this. They've had this position against each other before. Ding thinking.
2g3 would be what I suggested before the game, but of course the other main move is knight c3, and there are sidelines like actually even b3 is a possibility. You know, if you're going for the surprise value there, but most likely knight c3, knight f3, or g3 is what you choose from here.
Of course, there's nothing inherently wrong with d4, David, but why would you play c4 and allow black to play e5 if your only intention was to, transpose back into a d4 opening, right?
Yeah. And Jan, okay, he plays a very principled move, something he knows a lot about. It's kind of a reverse Sicilian now. We'll see all the knights come out. And here white has a vast selection, a vast choice at his disposal. Push a bunch of different pawns. Anish, which one are you predicting here?
Yeah, it's impossible to predict. This is the tabia where white has lots of deviations, and every time they do something different. I maybe e4 is the most trendy one lately. G3 is the old main line, but black has found multiple different options there, which seem very solid. So e4 maybe. E3. Okay. Wow. Yeah. This is also very, very playable, and many different options. Bishop b4 usually is what black plays, and white goes for queen c2, and black takes on c3, and then white has a choice between taking with the queen or the pawn. I think once we get a little break there from the players, once they stop blitzing, it will be also interesting to discuss the move order at the very beginning, because many people might wonder why after 1c4 Jan played knight f6 first before going for e5. That's a very interesting question. But I think first let's wait and see, because I think Jan will continue playing quickly. Actually, he played this English against me himself in the German tournament, WR in Dusseldorf, which happened just before the match, just a month before that. And Jan has played a3 against me. But yes, e3 does not come as a surprise. So let's see how the game continues here.
Yeah, again, as predicted, bishop b4, and white's main move by far, as you mentioned, Anish, is to bring the queen out just to protect the knight. Okay, he does do this. And
yes, there was a sideline with knight d5, but the play there gets quite forcing, and if black knows what they're doing, it's quite fine. So queen c2, now bishop takes c3, somewhat counterintuitive, but by far the most respected move here. And that is because if black castles first, which is more natural, which is what I did in my first game here when I was surprised with the system by Grishuk many years ago, when this was all very fresh. I castled, which was most natural, and then after knight d5, suddenly I faced some direct issues with knight g5 coming and bishop on b4 being somewhat out of play. So then I learned that bishop takes c3 is actually the main way of playing, surprisingly taking the knight without being forced to. But it seems that this is the way to go. And there are sidelines, of course. There's also d6 here, but I think Jan will take on c3. Jan usually goes for the most reliable lines, the lines that the computers approve. I think he will take, and then I suspect Ding will take back with a pawn, which leads to a much more complicated play, because queen takes allows some forcing variations.
In this position myself, I've taken with the queen many times and never really got anywhere. As you say, and it leads to very forcing positions where black is pretty much fine. So you're right, he does take with the pawn. Extra grip now in the center. White often plays e4 next. if possible, and black tries for pawn breaks a bit later on. But yeah, I like this choice. I don't know about you two. It does tend to lead to very dynamic positions. A bit risky for Ding, kind of strategically long term, but very ambitious at the same time.
What about e4 here, Anish? Is this over ambitious? Will black end up losing that pawn? And where does white's knight usually jump in the event of e4?
Yeah, it's a very good question. Now, before we sort of delve into that, I want just to point out that what we have is a sort of a Rossolimo reversed kind of position, where white has collected the bishop pair at expense of ruining the pawn structure. And these structures have been revitalized after the match between Caruana and Carlsen, where Carlsen, started playing this with both colors, like crazy, all these positions with doubled pawns. Showing the potential the white has, and indeed here black has a major choice between going for e4, which is very principled. You definitely want to pinpoint that hole on d3, don't you? That's why you play e4 before white goes for d3 or e4. But after e4, I think knight g5 and quick f3. That could be the way to get rid of that e4 pawn. And so Jan plays d6, which is much more reliable, and it's also more flexible than castling, because you might postpone castle for now. Ding plays e3, e4. Actually, I'm very familiar with this position, because I think I faced this exact line against Amin Tabatabai in the last Champions Tour event, which was very recent. Very playable position, this typical pawn structure, reverse Rossolimo. But Jan must also be quite familiar with these positions. It will all be about who will get the f pawn break with the f pawn. So white usually wants to eventually get f4, but black also wants to get f5. Question is who will be first, and the play revolves around that. And what you often see, white going for setups like g3 knight h4, trying to prevent the f5 break. Black doing some weird things with the knights. Sometimes they even play, okay, not here, but in some positions, knight g8 to e7, opening up the f pawn. Sometimes they go for knight h5. I went for a knight e7 to g6 plan, and my game actually I did a long plan of knight e7, knight g6, and h6, knight h7, and then f5. And I got f5 first before Amin got f4, and so I got a comfortable position with black. But it's all very concrete, and even though it's a positional kind of game, it is sort of a dynamic positional game, which means that although it is slow, the concrete variations are very, very important. And so we'll see how Jan will respond. I think he will take his time, because it's hard to remember the move orders here. But he surely has looked at this stuff, as it is very, very principled. And white with the bishop pair and the pawn center has lots of potential in these positions.
Yeah, for the first time in the game, we did see the players away from the board, and now, as you predicted, Anish, Jan is having a think. Just while he is thinking, should we dig a bit deeper? You mentioned there were some move order intricacies, some interesting decisions already at this early stage of the game.
If you allow me to take control of the analysis board now for a second, I will just briefly show the move order at the start, because after c4, people might wonder why not e5. And I first learned it around the year 2010, where there was a match between Anand and Topalov, and there already c4, knight f6, knight c3, e5 happened. And that kind of puzzled me. I thought, okay, why don't you take the center right away? And so the move order subtleties are very subtle. So after c4, e5, white has the option of going g3, and after knight f6, bishop g2. Black is here facing a choice. Now the difference is that if after c4 black goes knight f6 and white now goes g3, black can change his mind, not go for e5, go for either c6, d5 structures, or even e6, d5 positions, especially if they're fine with transposing back to the Catalan, which Jan is fine with. Now after c4, knight f6, knight c3, e5, you will ask me, what if now g3? But now the knight is already on c3, bishop is not yet on g2, which means that black has this move bishop d4 here, which is a way to develop the pieces and target the knight. Because of course, if you have a position like this one here, bishop b4 hits empty air. So there are some big differences here with that due to that. And so depending on your repertoire, depending largely on what variation you play against the Catalan, you can decide what system you play here. And Jan has actually played both c4 knight f6 and c4 e5. In the previous game after c4 e5 g3, which was played between Jan and Ding, that was in the candidates tournament. That's the one that Jan won quickly with black. This opening happened, c4 e5 g3 c6. But for this game, Jan decided to go back to c4 knight f6, which is a different type of game. You should also note. I should also note that after c4 e5, White can also play knight c3 here. Of course, at knight f6, we can transpose to the 4 knights, but black here has an extra option of bishop b4 as well. So there are some differences, but one way or the other, we got this tabia. And David, you mentioned that you took here with the queen. Have you ever taken with the pawn?
No, I'm a sucker for good pawn structures. I'm always reluctant to break the structure unless I'm really familiar with the ideas. So often I've taken with the queen in the past just to maintain the healthiness of the structure and because I wasn't so well prepared. So, but yeah, queen e7 as you mentioned, and black strikes very quickly in the center.
And then the queen gets targeted, starts to look for a good square. And just before I hand over the mouse to you guys, I'll mention that the Rostolimo structures I was talking about, these arise from this Sicilian, where black intends to play the Sveshnikov. White goes for bishop b5, and now after e6 or g6, e6 even more similar, white can take on c6, b6, and we have this pawn structure. And in fact, if you look at the game, this is the exact same thing, colors reversed. But of course, white having that extra tempo, white has more opportunities here to fight for advantage. And after if e4 that Danya mentioned, I don't even recall exactly, but I think knight to g5 is very tempting. The bar is not sure, but it's essentially this f3 move is possible at some point. And once we get rid of this pawn, then white has this potential of lots of pawns in the center, and it's on black to use the fact that the bishops are not developed. But if white gets everything in, if I one day get d4, e4, f4, e5, I'll just steamroll here with the bishops. So there's definitely these kind of positions are very risky for black, and so it's only natural that Jan played d6, which is also approved by the computer. And then after e4 castles, we have bishop e2, and this is an important juncture here because g3 knight h4 is another way of developing, but bishop e2 is the move chosen by Ding, and Jan is in deep thought here. What do you think, David? Here, what are the black's possibilities?
Yeah, I think as you mentioned, the key plan is perhaps just moving the knight out of the way, move the knight from f6 and play for a quick f5. I'm noticing the body language of Jan as well. He's definitely in recall mode. He's trying to remember what he's analyzed in this position. As you mentioned, Anish, Magnus has played this as well, so it might have formed part of his preparation for the last match in 2021. I'm not sure how seriously he predicted this one in the match against Ding. But,
wonderful point. Wonderful point, David. Yes, indeed, yes, he prepared for a match against Magnus. He must have studied the ins and outs of these kind of positions.
Yeah, are we surprised, therefore, that he's thinking? For Jan, this is quite significant because he tends to be very, very quick in the opening, in the early stages.
Yeah, he does, doesn't he? And he's already 8 minutes behind on the clock, which we've really never had. I also have a fun historical fact. The first time that the Four Knights English with e3 was played was in 1883 by George Henry Mackenzie, who was one of the top players of the late 19th century. And then the second time it was played was 80 years later in 1963. The first time that pawn takes c3 was played was 1976 by one of the top experts of the English opening, Mihai Shuba, who is still alive. He's a Romanian grandmaster, and he stands behind. He was a lifelong English player. He stands behind a lot of the modern ideas that we take for granted in the English. So that game ended in a draw, and in that game, Black did indeed take up the gauntlet with e5, e4. But to get back to the matter at hand, it is interesting that Jan, he's shifting seating positions. His head was on the table. Now he looks more like the Jan Nepomniachtchi that we are used to. And I think it's very, very clear. Anish, you can start. David, you can pitch in. The idea of f7, f5 is very, very obvious. So knight e8 would be a move that I think would occur to the uninitiated player. But of course, there's also the prospect of developing the bishop to g4. So how deep, Anish, are we still in theory? Is there a choice here? What do you make of Jan taking now right about 3 minutes on this move?
Well, as we have discussed already, Jan must have prepared this, and I am absolutely convinced he has this worked out in his file. This is one of the most critical positions for his entire opening repertoire, even though it's somewhat of a sideline kind of situation. In fact, it's very, very critical. White has the bishop pair at the center, so black has to know what they're doing. But I understand Jan very well. All these lines are so confusing. You should realize that it's not only this. Now, first of all, there are similar structures in the other lines, but also here already, White can start with d3, White can start with e4, White can start with bishop e2. Here, White can go for g3. And against all of these similar positions, Black has a slightly different approach. And it's very hard to remember what you do where. I should add one thing to what I mentioned. So this f move f5, it's not the end of the world for White. In some cases, White, even after f5, is able to benefit from the bishop pair, open the position. Potentially goes this move c5 is nice somewhere, maybe d4, maybe even here remove the knight and then push f4, still open the position somewhat. So f5 is not like if black plays f5, black is winning. That's not the case, but it is a plan, definitely an idea. I think often as well, knight h5 is a thing, though here I do wonder about knight e5. But certainly not a position where Jan is thinking on his own. He is trying to remember. I'm sure he has a lot of different ideas in his head. He remembers somewhere was knight h5, maybe somewhere was maybe knight e8, maybe somewhere was knight e7, maybe somewhere was something else. And all these ideas in his head, he's trying to make sense of them and trying to memorize what exactly he plays where. And yes, he plays knight h5. And I know this move, that it is good in some positions. I just wonder what happens if knight e5 here. Maybe knight takes and queen g5. That's the... Yeah, this probably the... Yeah, this is... So 95 is not an issue. And yes, knight h5 is... It is a move somewhere. I'm not sure it is good here. But, you know, you can see that I am as confused as Jan. These positions are so complicated and confusing. Now d4 comes at once.
You guys, I think you should hear this. This happened in a Richard Report game from 2013. Report Zaragotsky, and Report played d4 in this position.
Wow, fire on the board.
Do you think Ding knows that? Do you think this
yes.
might have been Richard Report's fingerprints all over this opening?
I think you caught them, Danya. You caught them red-handed. You found the fingerprints. You can already arrest Ding and Richard. Your deduction skills. You have figured out that Ding is seconded by Rapport. Congratulations. Great insights there. You traced it back.
Wow. David, what do you make of that?
I love it. I just love the fact that he chose this opening, something very ambitious, but also managed to get his preparation on the board and surprise Jan at the same time. And yeah, as Anish says, it's more than just fingerprints here. It's a full handprint. It's definitely Rapport suggesting this idea and maybe discussing his experiences in this line. Daniel, do you have any more information? How did that game continue? How did it end up? Good memories for Rapport's there?
Richard Report
because it
did
looks
win the
great
game.
To me, White's position.
It does look great. White controls the center. The last move was d4. Richard, he was rated 26-46 at the time, and in the game, Black played knight f4. They traded, and White sent the h-pawn down the board in very typical Report style. h2, h4 happened at some point. Then we had a crazy middle game. Report brought his knight from g3 from f3 to g1 at some point. So it was a wild middle game. Exactly the kind of middle game that Richard Report thrives in, and true to his form, he ultimately outplayed his very strong opponent, who was an IM. But I don't know if that is the kind of position that Ding wants. So he won't necessarily, copy Report's moves move for move if knight f4 is played. And obviously, Jan is absolutely not obliged to send his knight to f4 and allow his pawns to get doubled. There's a lot of alternatives here that seem tempting to my uninitiated eye, like queen f6. Or even f7, f5 is something that I would consider in a blitz game. So, Anish, I don't think Jan is particularly terrified. This is not the kind of position where you realize that you're caught on your opponent's prep and you think I'm screwed, like that's it, the game is over. It's pretty positional. There's a wide choice, but do you think that he's a little bit worried? And how bad could this get for Black if he gets sloppy in this position?
Yeah, I think it's an in-between case. I don't think he is indeed terrified, because I have seen worse opening ideas. Sometimes you got these long forcing lines and you get hit by some sacrifice, and there's a kingside attack and you have to find the streak of only moves. At the same time, even though it's a slow position, you have to be precise with Black. I mean, White's got 2 bishops and a good presence in the center, so Black cannot afford a mistake. What I am much more curious about, I believe that Ding has sort of caught a Jan somewhat off guard, and knight h5 not followed up by. Yeah, no, I think this is likely improvisation by Jan or some sort of a. What I am a little bit worried about is whether we will see the same scenario as in the previous white game of Ding. Has he gone deep enough into the sidelines? Because I can easily imagine that this is not the most accurate way to play for Black. And as what we had seen previously, Ding was not that deep in this h3 idea, and I'm afraid that here too, if he is not deep enough, things could backfire, because Black also has trumps. Of course, with the White's doubled c-pawns here, White is taking a lot of strategic risk as well. If things go well for Black, if he trades a knight for a bishop, and White doesn't follow up well, then it could even get risky for Ding. So I do hope for Ding that he knows exactly how to punish this, learned from his mistake the previous time, and went much deeper. Because when you prepare, you shouldn't only look at the lines and he plays quickly. I am optimistic for him now, but we'll see how deep his prep goes.
Yeah, are we surprised that Jan jumped straight in with knight f4? He must be pretty certain that this is in his files, in his opening preparation. Otherwise, knight f4 is such a committal move, and if your opponent's playing quickly, it's quite a forcing one too. Surely they will have looked at this. So even if Jan isn't aware of this Rapport game that we mentioned, to me, it's very strange that he rushed in with knight f4. Looked like plenty of healthy options. And now Ding deciding what to do. In that game, you mentioned, Danya, White put a bishop on d3. White pushed with h4 very quickly. h4 immediately.
H4
wow.
Immediately in this position, h4 happened. Then he repositioned his bishop to d3 to solidify the e4 pawn. And then all sorts of pandemonium on the board. His knight from f3 dropped back to g1. So h4, not exactly the kind of move that you associate with Ding. I'm thinking more like h3 if he copies his type of play from the previous White game. But if you don't know anything about this position from White's perspective, castle short and then bishop to d3, that looks like a reasonable way to develop. I'm positive that this is still in Ding's file. Anish, do you share my conviction that Ding is still within his preparation? Or
so
not
I can
really?
tell you what I think happened, because what I believe happened is Jan has mixed up his prep. Because instead of bishop e2, if you play d3, which is the other way of playing, there knight h5 is the move. Then White goes bishop e2 and Black goes f5. That is what the computer approves. So you can show quickly there on the board. Bishop e2 and f5. Yeah, this is what the computer approves. This is the first line. After bishop e2 first, Black should play differently, because knight h5 now is met by d4. And although this is not losing, the computer likes it slightly less for Black, and especially knight f4, bishop f4, ef is not approved by the engines. It's not horrible, but the computers prefer White. So Jan has clearly mixed up the prep. There's this wrong knight h5. He played it at the wrong moment. I understand. I think when I was playing that game with Amin, I also was about to mix it up, because I thought, wasn't it knight h5 somewhere? And so what happened is that Jan did a slightly wrong order. The computer now prefers White, and I am really not sure once again whether Ding has gone deep in here, because what it seems his approach in prep often is he looks at the options. If the position is unclear or good for Black, he keeps digging further. As long as he gets an advantage with White, he stops the analysis right there and thinks, okay, that's enough. I'll play on my own now. And it seems that this has happened. Ding knows that Jan mixed up. He knows the computer gives an advantage. He doesn't make a move just yet. I think his prep is not so deep, and I'm not a fan of that. I wish he went a little bit deeper, played a few more moves, knew what the right plan is. But perhaps he knows something, or perhaps he is such a good player that he will figure it all out. And actually, he responded pretty quickly. So let's see. if he is in book.
Yeah, it could be a case a bit similar to yesterday where he's aware of a game. For example, this Rapport game, he knew that Richard played h4, but he doesn't know the evaluation. And sometimes that happens. I can name countless times in my career. I know a game happened, but I haven't looked deeper. I haven't checked it with an engine. And especially if the opponent's playing quite quickly, you start to doubt yourself. But okay, Ding does castle after not that much thought. Castle kingside. I'm a bit disappointed. I wanted to see him go the other way, or at least kind of float the idea, keep the option open of castling queenside if necessary. But he does castle, looks very healthy. And I don't see immediately how Jan is going to challenge the white pawn center. F5 now feels extremely risky, potentially counterproductive. Feels like black isn't ready for that. So how do we think Jan is going to respond? How's he going to develop?
Well, yeah, I guess he will not challenge the center as much. He'll just probably bring the queen out to f6, maybe the bishop to g4 at some point. Now, I think what we can deduce from the last two games is that Jan's opening files, they contain games. Because I think for the second time in a row, he did the same mix-up. He mixed up his prep with a game that was in the file. Because, again, he's following a game of Rapport, just like yesterday he followed a game of mine. But that is not the best way of playing. But I think in his mind, they merge. That, you know, he remembers the game, he remembers the file, he remembers and somehow it all merged and he plays. Indeed, the problem is that he cannot put the pressure on the center now. But he got rid of the bishop pair issue. So maybe he can bring the queen out to f6. I guess you would want the c7 pawn to magically appear on c5, right? To target the dark squares. But that is not going to happen anymore. So maybe you just let this white strong pawn center be. The move f5 you mentioned, I don't like that. As you pointed out, it feels premature. Because after a move like bishop d3, what you will have is that this f4 pawn would be kind of far advanced, exposing the squares f5, g5, f6, and all that. And you will not be able to follow it up with g5, g4. So no, Jan plays queen f6. That's a more sensible move. Maybe he's deep in this position, but a computer doesn't really like it. So I think he is kind of playing on his own here.
Mm-hmm. And Anish, you gave a peek into these top players, these elite players and their files. I've got to ask, what do yours look like? Is it just moves, evaluations? Do you write notes to yourself like I do, just reminders, you know, remember this, remember that? Or is it just games like Jan's?
Well, it depends on the file, and often some of the files I make in a hurry. Some of the files are made by my seconds. So I have different seconds. They have different taste. I know some people who always include games, relevant games. It's an old habit. I think it's more of a older generation thing, because back in the day, games was the most important thing, right? There was no engines, so you would have to include the games of, you know, the great players. And you know, when I'm in a rush, I can sometimes just enter the few moves with the engine, even forget to annotate it with the evaluation or a question mark, exclamation mark. I can forget all that. When you know, when you make a file and you want to be very precise, you can write the evaluations. You can write out some text. You know, say that okay, you don't play knight h5 here because it allows d4. All that. It depends a lot on on how much time you want to spend, how relevant the line is. And I've seen all kinds of different files. Some people they have everything in one. They have the entire opening in one file. Some people like to separate and they make a file for each separate move. So lots of different things there. I would give Jan a little bit of a benefit of the doubt because he does play extremely quickly, and computer doesn't completely hate this what he does. So maybe he is very deep into this and he has prepared something further, especially since g5, g4 might come, which could, you know, potentially be an interesting way of playing. Maybe but I doubt. I think it's a sort of an improvisation at this point, but we will see. Maybe it's some deep prep that is not completely computer approved. Well, nowadays, especially Jan and his team, I think they really like following the engine, and I don't think that it is prep. But even if it's not prep, the position is very interesting. If Ding is not very deep, it could backfire because g5, g4, king h8, rook g8, there is some potential there.
Mm-hmm. G5. That's music to my ears, and I selfishly want to see a move like that. We should also remember, David, I'll let you opine on the extent of White's advantage here as Rook Fe1 is played, that engines like Leela or Komodo, they still exist. I feel like most top players have moved primarily to Stockfish, but particularly in more strategic situations with same side castling, where the battle revolves around positional factors like pawn structure, central control, piece placement. An engine like Leela, while in the abstract weaker than Stockfish, could provide its own unique kind of insight. And we've seen plenty of successful opening experiments that involve, going for a position where the engine might give 0.5 or 0.7. But if you understand the ideas on a deeper level, then, you could not, in many cases, care less about what the engine says. Uh, if you believe that your opponent isn't too familiar with those very same ideas, David.
Yeah, exactly. There is this phenomenon of engines just saying 0.0 after every move. So I think we've had to, top players have had to kind of be more creative. And yeah, they do certainly look at these neural network engines as kind of sources for inspiration. AlphaZero kind of shocked us all. We know Magnus and plenty of others are on record saying after the kind of publication of those AlphaZero against Stockfish games, they suddenly have this whole new world open to them, and they approach chess differently. They approach preparation differently. These days I don't study so much with engines, but when I do have the time, I do kind of primarily use Stockfish just with Leela as a kind of source of inspiration, just to look for ideas, just in case there's something I've missed. And it definitely feels kind of more easy to relate to sometimes, the human touch of engines like Leela. Anish, I guess they play a huge part in your preparation as well for these top level events.
Yeah, for sure. And in these complicated strategic positions, indeed, especially as the Stockfish used to not use any neural network at all and used to be much more of a brute force engine, you would want some long-term input. Now Stockfish is using a network which is not as fast as that of Leela, but still is some sort of a network which sometimes gives Stockfish this out of the box kind of long-term thinking, where the tunnel vision no longer is a problem. I wanted also to point out one thing here. Ding played Rook f1 very quickly, and it's a great sign, because that means he is in book, and this is the first line of the computer as well. So Ding this time has come really well prepared, and I had a peek as well. I also checked already with what the other engines are saying, just to be sure, that Stockfish is not wrong here. Even the Leelas and the Leelas of this world, they also like white here. Now the line continues with g5, actually the first line, because this is pretty much the only source of play black has, because this f5 idea is just weakening. You don't want to open the center, because then the potential kingside attack will only be worse. Now what I read, because I reread this book of Matthew Sadler, I have it right here, Game Changer. I have the book here because they asked me to put my laptop a little bit higher so my camera is more aligned. So I brought with me a bunch of books to put under the laptop, and some of them I had too many, so I had Game Changer still here. And so before the commentary, I was just scrolling through this book now, and it said there that AlphaZero only started kingside attack when the center was either closed or it controlled it. Now here, as you can see, white controls the center. So AlphaZero would not approve of this very much, because white can now play h3, and followed by knight h2, diffusing the attack. And if you go g4, h4, bishop g4, knight h2. Now, it's a question who will be attacking, and it's very important who has a central control, unless, of course, the attack is direct. So even the neural network engines, they are not so thrilled with black's position, because the central control is missing. And a very good feeling for Ding here, especially that he's still in book. He's familiar even with this position, which is better for him. Very excited about this game. Yanis was trying to be pretty quick, pretending he's in book, but I think he's pretending. I don't believe this.
Mm-hmm. So if Ding isn't in preparation, we think he is. If he wasn't, then g5 might be a scary move, right? I mean, even that line you showed, Anish, to me, it looked very unclear, kind of just aesthetically. But yeah, it feels like Yan, he's pausing, he's hesitating. G5 is a very Yan type of move. But yeah, he must be sensing something's up. He must be realizing that he's up against not just Ding, but potentially one of these engines we've been talking about as well, that he would have studied this position with. Scary times for Yan.
Yes, and of course Yan can also start with king h8. There's no, but well, it's a question. I mean, if you postpone g5, maybe white will be ready to hit with e5, which is even a bigger issue. Also, I believe the reason Ding is in book is because okay, if he's not in book, of course, then he sees g5 anyways is an idea. Then he could consider a move like h3 first, for example, which against g5 is a better response. But after h3, the computer likes it less because then computer plays bishop d7, queen g6, and says that h3 maybe is premature. Computer doesn't see g5 as such a big threat. So also, instead of rook e1, you could consider options like rook a b1. I think it's more natural to start with rook b1 if I'm to think on my own, let's say. I would consider, I spend some time on c5 as well. Simply a little bit of time to dc5, then I get this strong pawn center, I can push e5. So I would never play rook e1 so fast, and if I would play something fast, it would not be rook e1. So I am absolutely convinced that Ding is rook e1 is written down in his notes, but maybe this is the last move of his notes. That's also possible. But so far he is definitely in book, and Jan doesn't have to go g5. He can also try to just develop pieces, brace for impact, maybe like h6, b6, bishop d7, rook a8 kind of plan, trying to be solid. Again, I don't like that black is not able to challenge the d4 d4 square, d4 pawn. Doesn't, but maybe if you just brace for impact, you could even play g5 from a defensive viewpoint, just to give your f6 queen space on g7, not necessarily to go for g4. But yeah, this g5 from being played defensively, it's usually not a great sign. It's somewhat weakening. So a lot to think about for Jan, and a good start of the game for Ding. A very unbalanced position, but the computers like it, and he seems to be comfortable. So, well, exciting times.
And he's down 17 minutes on the clock. Of course, Jan has won 3 games in a row with the black pieces, but the way that this game is going, it's way too early to make any hard and fast conclusions. But I mean, Ding's center would survive, a nuclear apocalypse. That d4 pawn is so well protected, and it just shows us that we can't look at a pawn structure and conclude everything on the basis of visual appearance. Yes, White's got isolated A pawn, doubled C pawns. That's not the important thing. The important factor is that the D and E pawns are so well protected. But my question, Anish, David, is, to me, the most natural move for black appears to be bishop g4. I would play g5 in a bullet game, but probably in a classical game, I would play bishop to g4, just trying to complete my development, then try to put a rook on e8. I guess 2 questions. First, what is White's ideal setup? And second, on a related note, should White consider, in response to bishop g4, moving the knight away from f3? Who benefits in the event of a trade of bishops?
Yeah, Daniel, I think the bishop g4 instinct you have is based on the fact that knight on c6 and queen on f6, they all put pressure on the d4 pawn. And if your pawn has already been on c5, let's say my rook on d1, where you could apply a realistic pressure on d4, I think bishop g4 would be the move, the money move for sure. But here, I wonder if it doesn't really hit the empty air after bishop g4. Now, I think I'd be happy with White to trade the bishops. I think potentially I have a worse bishop, in the event of a bunch of trades. I think even before moving the knight, not giving you a chance to go back to d7, I could even start with h3, try to get the extra tempo. I'm also really happy after h3 if you take on f3, because then I can take bishop f3 and e5 is looming. I don't need to rush that move, but it's always there in the air. And again, I think it's a crucial difference whether you had the pawn on c5 or e5, putting pressure on the d4 pawn. Now that you don't, e5 is hanging above your head. And if you go h3, bishop h5, then I go knight d2. Your bishop is kind of cornered there. And if we trade, I think I'm very happy with the trade. Also, I get a lot of time with that because I already ready to double the rooks. Rook a1 coming next. Knight f3 comes back. E5 is in the air. Maybe queen a4, queen b5 first as well. I don't know. I think bishop g4 would probably be welcomed by White. I think the trade of bishops is good. And again, this d4 pawn, it's so firm. Rook e8, yeah.
And we have a move from Jan. Rook e8. That does feel like it's kind of a non-committal move. Feels like more of a waiting move than anything. G5 maybe still on the radar, but Jan clearly reluctant to commit. What do we think of this one? It feels like White has some ready-made moves at your disposal, just as you mentioned, Anish. After rook e8, rook b1 looks very useful. Other moves, bishop d3 maybe. Sometimes definitely c5 on the radar just to try and get rid of White's double pawn weakness. Also h3 just to preempt that idea, maybe in the near future. Preempt
Yes.
that idea of bishop g4 or g5.
Yes, and Ding wrapping his head around his hands around his head. I suspect he might be out of book now. Finally, after Jan has already made multiple inaccuracies, Rook e8 is not the top choice of some of the engines, so he seems to be out of book. I think what the position revolves around, as far as I'm concerned, is White will eventually go for a pawn push. I suspect that will be c5 because e5 is too hard to prepare. So I think c5 at the right moment is dc5 and then e5 or bishop b5. You know, the sort of a pawn sack kind of idea where you remove the d6 pawn from the center and free your central pawns. Now you see even immediately c5 e5 the bar is quite happy with White. Doesn't hate this. I think this is very beautiful. You guys probably agree with me. It looks very, very nice for White. But the question is whether you start with c5 or you prepare it with some of the moves. You can go rook a b1. The computer likes, surprisingly, the move rook a d1, which is counterintuitive. But in case of c5, it will make sense. After c5, dc e5, yeah, the rooks will be ready for pushing both the pawns. Also, the move h3 is a useful move, sometimes liked by the computer. So I think the question is c5, but the question is when.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Ding, deep in thought, you're right. It feels like this was the moment. He's on his own for the first time in the game. Can't rely purely on preparation, but he will be calculating c5. I think that's the first thing you look at. It's the most forcing move. And if not, then he'll just try and figure out how to improve his position. Yeah, rook a d1, maybe not intuitive, even if the engine suggests it, unless you're kind of 100% sure that you'll break with c5 in the next couple of turns. Yeah, I would be inclined to just make an improving move like h3 or rook b1 or something, but that's because I'm reluctant to calculate here. c5 does look very tempting the more, kind of the longer the idea lingers in the mind. Daniel, what comes to mind here for White?
Yeah, Anish, I know you have a point. I'll be brief. Just there is always the meta question when you have a move like c5, a candidate move that transforms your advantage from positional to more concrete / tactical. There's the meta question of how long you want to spend calculating a move like c5. My coach would always recommend literally giving yourself a deadline, giving yourself 10, 15 minutes. And if you don't have any clear conclusions to make after that time has elapsed, then you resort back to a stock improving move like, h3 or rook a b1. So I'm curious not only whether Ding will play c5, but how long he's going to spend calculating the ramifications. Anish.
No, you're right. Of course, it's largely a matter of choice, but at the same time, position is quite concrete. So if we decide that it's all about c5 now, perhaps we can make some moves on the board just to see what's going on exactly and what the consequences are of this push. So if we go c5 in the analysis board, then d takes c5 is the way to play. E5. Queen comes to e7. Now the most tempting move, and I guess you both agree, will be queen e4, right? This is the way forward. Now f4 pawn is pretty much doomed because g5 is suicidal. Bishop d3 probably wins on the spot. So we get this position, and we will regain the pawn. But what will black likely try is set up some counterplay against the d4 pawn. So let's say c takes d4, c takes d4, bishop g4. Perhaps that move, Daniel, that you always wanted to make here, also very appropriate. Targeting the knight, and then after queen takes f4, I guess being the move, maybe black can take on f3, play rook a d8, and if we calculate lines like that, maybe then some queen b4, trying to apply pressure on d4. Then if we calculate lines like that, we sort of see how useful rook a d1 would have been here already. At the same time, we also see that maybe it makes sense to start with h3 instead of c5, just to make the c5 push much stronger. So definitely some concrete thoughts there that Ding has just right now.
Yeah, c5, a hard move to calculate, a hard move to evaluate, right? It's not just about forecasting what you think is going to happen. That resulting position with an impressive pawn center, but serious pressure on d4, you have to compare that. You have to evaluate that and compare it to the current position that you have. And Ding is going to do just that as we have a look at the Chinese Grandmaster, the world number 3, who faces a 1-point deficit, but is off to an indisputable, very, very good start in this game. He's up on time. He is up on the board, and we will continue watching the FIDE World Championship. This is game 4, and this is Ding Liren as he attempts to strike with the white pieces. We are going to take our first break of the day. Folks, don't go anywhere because we'll have more World Championship action for you in just a couple of short minutes.
Imagine an ultimate quant challenge where your unique way of thinking could propel you further while competing against some of the best. The International Quant Championship 2023, a 3-stage competition where teams of 1 to 4 people will use World Quant's brain simulation platform to build algorithms. Ready, set, quant. Competitors gain points based on the quality and the quantity of their ideas. Those who perform well may be considered for internship or full-time employment opportunities at World Quant. Winners could receive cash prizes and attend the live global finals in the Bahamas. Don't wait. Break into the world of quantitative finance in one of the largest quant competitions on the planet. Sign up. Team up. Train. Compete. Are you the next quant champion?
Guys, I'm freaking out. I do not know what to do. The most consequential move of my 40 years of competitive chess happens when I open game of the World Championship. The entire match rests in my hands. I think I know where to start. Chess.com and Chessable were both built on the strength of CrossFit. I've got to get my workout in.
1, 2, 3, 78, 79, 80. 81, 237, Peshka 1, Peshka 2, Peshka 3, Peshka 4.
Good job, faster. You can do this. 10 more.
Really? But I know it's good for the company. But it's my brand. But it's Chessable's brand. Peshka, what should I do? I think I need some motivation from Chessable's most recent author. Gotham, thanks for your help.
Welcome back to Game 4 of the 2023 FIDE World Championship. Ding Liren and Jan Nepomniachtchi are duking it out. And I'm Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky, joined once again by Grandmaster Anish Giri and Grandmaster David Howell. We hope you've been enjoying our coverage of the World Championship. And if that's inspired you to play a World Championship of your own, well, chess.com is making your dreams come true, kind of. You can now challenge both World Championship contenders in bot form. Ding Liren and Jan Nepomniachtchi bots are available for play right now at chess.com/play/computer. So head over there and let us know if you can beat the bots. Use !FWC bots in the chat for more. Duke it out against Nepo and Ding. Okay, well, it's Game 4. Ding Liren is off to a great start. He's got a clear edge with the white pieces, as well as an edge on the clock. Anish, I wanted to start with a general question for you before we delve further into this position. You've faced Jan so many times. You've won, you've lost. When you have Jan on the ropes, could you describe a little bit what he's like as a defender? What are some of his characteristics when he gets into a slightly worse or clearly worse position?
Oh, it's a good question. It's a tough one as well. There are different, depends on the type of position. Sometimes when a position is very unpleasant, very ugly, Jan starts playing very quickly, tries to sort of get rid of the suffering. Bishop d3 played there, meanwhile. And that has the negative and the positive as well for Jan. So the negative is that, of course, by playing very quickly, he could sometimes be sloppy, not find the most resilient of ways. But at the same time, he is a very quick thinker, so he makes reasonable moves. And this quick pace, it can put pressure on the opponent, and the potential time trouble could impact. Now here, I think it was a little early maybe on our part to claim an advantage for Ding just yet. Position hasn't clarified itself. Bishop d3 is not liked because after bishop g4, which you always liked, there's a question to white knight. Where are you going? You don't want to move it away from the center. Bishop d3 actually perhaps a significant inaccuracy because I remember the options the computer was suggesting were either direct c5 or the preparatory rook ad1 or h3. Bishop d3 met by bishop g4 was not ranked very highly, and it's also not very logical. Maybe Ding intends to go e5. Maybe that is the idea.
Yeah, it does look like he has got something concrete in mind, but bishop g4, the reason it's stronger is because it hits the knight on f3 and it threatens to completely ruin white's kingside structure. If the knight moves back from f3, black can shove a pawn down to f3. But remember, folks, when you see that question mark right on top of the piece, it means a mistake. Mistake makes the position objectively worse according to the engine. This is not a blunder. A blunder is a critically bad move. We talked about it in an earlier broadcast. A blunder shifts the evaluation completely from a winning position to a lost position, or from a winning position to an equal position. According to the engine, this one makes the position closer to equal than to a slightly better position for white. So, David, I mean, the big question right now, bishop g4 is begging to be played. Is Ding going to leave his knight on f3?
Yeah, that is the key question. Maybe we should jump in to examine what Ding might have up his sleeve there. Bishop g4 is screaming out to be played. It also does look like this is the best move. I'm not sure what Jan even goes for other than this. Maybe you can play a quiet move like h6, get that pawn out the way, but it feels wrong. So let's jump in. Bishop g4. It feels like he wants something concrete, as you both mentioned there, as you both kind of hinted at, but it doesn't feel like white is fully ready now, and black's pieces far more primed than they were for these pawn breaks in other lines. As Daniel mentioned, yeah, if you drop the knight back, black at least considers f3, and already you get a bit nervous as white. I'm not sure whether, the engine, the evaluation bar hates this last move, but you do feel a bit nervous allowing something like this. Maybe this is Ding's idea, just to drop the knight back. I'm not sure why this is so bad for black. Maybe it's a queen d1 and some pin and you win a pawn and you can be a bit greedy here. But yeah, the alternatives, what are they even? It feels wrong to defend this knight with the queen, for example. If you go e5, I can safely take this. I don't think this is too scary for black, as far as I can tell. The h-pawn not too relevant, whereas black is very much kind of fought back in the center now. What am I missing here? I don't see anything too convincing other than maybe just stepping back with a knight, which does feel slightly counterintuitive. Is this Ding's idea, Anish?
Well, this doesn't look like his idea, but bishop d3 is a big positional mistake. I think it's a reasonably obvious one as well, if you think about the position a little bit deeper. So if you realize that c5 was a relevant threat, now I should show perhaps some of the finer points of these positions so that we can understand it a little bit better. I've had the chance to look at it a little bit with the engines already, just trying to understand what's going on. Now, knight d2, f3 indeed is maybe premature. There is queen d1, but also in general, the pawn could be a target. After g3, I can defend with bishop f1 and then target the pawn with rook e3, queen d3, it will just fall. But the idea is that black can just drop the pieces back. So for example, let's make a neutral move like b6, h3, bishop d7, and now we should realize that if black gets a position like that, compared to what we had before, now c5 can be met by b takes c5, and the d6 pawn stays here, and we no longer have e5 there, and bishop g4 indeed has been played. Now, the difference is here with a move like rook a d1. Rook a d1, in fact, is an excellent preparatory move of c5. That is because if you go b6 now, I go c5 anyway, and if you go b takes c5, I have bishop b5, winning some material there on the pin, and still black is facing lots of issues after bishop d7. I imagine e5 comes to mind, and the bar is even more inclined. Daniel, you can probably just queen a4 is probably the finisher here. Mm-hmm. So yeah, it's a concrete issue that black had. While if you allow black to go for b6 and bishop d7, let's say you make a waiting move here, bishop d7, you make one more waiting move, and black gets to consolidate, then it's much less, and immediately you see the bar dropping below, because c5 is no longer an issue, and this is a big thing. And with this inaccurate move bishop d3, Ding allows bishop g4 when he's losing a lot of time, and yeah, it's just the advantage is gone. And as I mentioned earlier, long term, if black gets to prevent all of white's ideas, of course these double pawns are not pretty, and it will at some point not be clear why is white better at all. And not good news for Ding fans. Bishop d3 definitely gave it away, and Jan already used it with bishop g4.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, very quick decision, and looks like the right one. Mm-hmm.
This is puzzling.
Yeah, Jan would play f3. So, Anish, you think, is this a key moment? Does black have to play a move like b6 just to hold up this c5 break? Are there options?
Oh, not at all. From what I've seen, I mean, c5 loses in strength a lot now with the knight on d2, knight not being on f3, supporting these key squares. After dc, pressure on d4 will be huge. So in fact, b6 is not even the best move. I think the computer likes rook a to d8 or rook e7 or bishop d7. I think black has many ways to reach that. Basically, at some point you have to prevent c5. So you need b6 and bishop d7 and rook d8 or rook e7 in some combination. But there are ways to play here. That is why also I am somewhat surprised by Ding's mistake, because it's not a direct miscalculation. It is sort of a positional mistake, because now you just get a better version. You lose a lot of time with white on this knight d2 and coming back. You lose the momentum. Bishop is not better on d3 than it's on e2, because bishop on d3, it only supports the move e5, but e5 is always met by de, bishop h7, and the king just moving somewhere. So I'm not quite sure what the point is. I think Ding has looked at some positions where bishop d3 is the idea, followed by e5. And probably he sort of, he confused these ideas with each other, and somehow after rook e8 is just not the move. And now Jan has actually a bunch of options. The computer is quite satisfied with black's position, as you see the bar returning to equilibrium here.
Yeah, I just don't get it, David. I mean, I don't want to be primitive in my criticism, because obviously these players have very concrete considerations. They put their blood, sweat, and tears into each and every idea. But the bishop on e2 was also taking the sting out of the move bishop g4. And from the opposite perspective, when black would play bishop g4 with the white bishop still on e2, knight d2 would also be stronger, because as Anish so astutely established, the bishop trade in most positions favors white. So no matter how you slice it, this seems to be counterproductive.
Yeah, as Anish mentioned, something must have been confused there. It feels like he's going for the wrong pawn break. It feels like he should have been going for c5 rather than e5. And okay, we see another move. Jan putting his knight on the side of the board. We mentioned this yesterday, Anish. Knights on the rim are normally pretty dim, pretty grim. What is the idea there? I mean, it must be to do with pushing the pawn to c5. He wants to fight against the white center. We talked about the stronghold on d4, but another question mark, as the engine points out. This feels like it's heading into something concrete, potentially.
Yeah, I think we have. I mean, I've already looked at the position with the computer a little bit, so I kind of know the essence of it as computers has explained it to me. But Jan, of course, he wants to have it all. He wants to get the pawn to c5, as I had always mentioned earlier, with discussing this bishop g4 idea. Once you get c5, then you put pressure on the d4 pawn, which is really very helpful. So Jan is being very idealistic here, but at the same time, of course, he gives the opportunity for white to play c5 once again. Maybe he thinks that if Ding didn't take it, he's not going to take it now. Now, I was trying to understand why Ding played bishop d3, and I can show you one variation where it would be a best move. So after rook f1, perhaps that was maybe in his prep. So if you look at the move to rook f1 back in that moment, of course, the question is also what if black starts with b6, trying to prevent c5. And now after b6, the move bishop d3 is the best move. And the reason for that is that if bishop d3, you go bishop g4, then actually the computer really likes the move e5, bishop g4 is just e5 here, and then knight is, this is obvious. So rook e8 instead is, of course, what black would play. And now you go e5, d e5, bishop h7, king h8, and bishop e4 back. And because of the circumstances and the fact that there's all kinds of pins and back rank issues, this position is very good for white. So perhaps Ding has seen this idea of bishop d3 after b6, and he sort of applied it in a different version. Now, Jan's mistake is much more understandable to me. It's not accurate, but he has a very strong, clear human idea. Of course, if he gets the time for c5, he will have it all. Like, he will have a tremendous position. Like, if you force white to push d5, you get everything. But of course, he gives white a chance to go for c5. Also, queen a4 is an option after b6, knight b3, knight b3 ab. We get some weird pawn structure. I don't know if that's I don't know if it's good or bad. It's just weird. Ding should definitely play concrete now. Like, let's say if Ding after knight a5, if he makes a nothing move like a3, and I'm sure the bar will take a big swing, because now black plays c5, and yes, and just to be sure, let's give black one more move. Let's say rook ac1 b6. If black gets to completely stabilize, just to demonstrate the point. Now, if black gets to completely stabilize these dark squares, then I think white is in serious trouble. And if black gets one more move with knight c6, then it's all over, because d5, knight e5, you get just everything that you ever dream of. Yeah. And this has to be completely lost for white strategically. So Jan, he has a good strategic idea in mind. He wanted to make this move c7 to c5, and he wants to accommodate for it with knight a5. But this gives Ding some concrete opportunity, as the bar suggests. I don't know if Ding will exploit it. c5, d c5, yes, it's very unclear. What is e5, queen h6, I guess?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Looks like the key position, right? If Ding is trying to play c5 himself to prevent Jan from doing so, he needs something here. What could it be? d5, just to keep this knight offside, potentially. A bit risky.
h3, can you sack on h3 or not? If you cannot, I'm probably happy to kick your bishop away, because I think that it doesn't have to be something immediate. But I do want to get my knight back into the game, maybe to f3 if possible, bishop to e4. If I have knight f3, bishop e4, d5, that would be quite a pretty setup, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, central control. These
are very complicated positions. I guess black can try to go for c6 at some point. Try to prevent, maybe with cd included. Hard to say.
This knight is offside. Lila would approve here for white. I have a feeling. Looks like good compensation.
Probably at the same. Yeah, of course. But at the same time, it is not easy to exploit this. If I go like rook a8, b6, yeah, you have a compensation for the pawn, but what do you push? You need to reroute something somewhere, or how do you improve your position as white? I don't quite see it.
Yeah, not so easy. And Ding is definitely mulling over this type of position. If he does indeed in the game position go for the move c5. Are there any options for white? Are there any other ways? I was immediately drawn to knight b3 first. I'm not sure if that makes any sense, going for that strange pawn structure you mentioned, Anish, but doesn't hold back black from playing c5, for example, after taking knights. Let's put this on. And maybe c5 again? I'm not sure. Just fighting for the dark squares. It's complicated.
Yeah, you know what is computer's favorite version of this is to play queen a4 first in the starting position after knight a5. This is what the engine suggests. B6. Now f3 first. Using the fact that you don't have a good square for the bishop, so he goes to e6. Wait, e6? And if d5, queen c3 is there. So that's why computer goes to e6. And regaining a piece.
This position, sorry.
And after, yes, and now the computer goes knight b3. Knight b3 ab. And now there is a threat of d5, a concrete threat of d5. So you gain one more tempo. And this is the version of this structure that the computer likes the most. Here it gives white an advantage.
Makes sense. Here black doesn't have time to strike with c5, just to show your idea. The bishop has no squares because it can't go back. The rook will be hanging. This is really sophisticated stuff.
Yeah, it's not my idea, it's computer idea. Please, I don't want to have I don't want to get credit for this. This is very concrete and complicated and weird. I mean, queen a4 combined with f3, these are two anti-positional moves that somehow make a lot of sense because circumstantially the bishop lacks squares. This is really not something I would come up with ever. So I don't think Ding will come up with that either. I think indeed, I mean, c5 is what the hand wants to play. Knight b3, if you want to play it, you probably do it directly. I don't knight b3. I don't think knight b3. I wouldn't want to play knight b3. I mean, I don't think I want to trade knights and leave myself with a potentially bad bishop. No, I think I would go c5, dc e5. But I don't know. I think if you go for c5, you probably regret not having done that earlier, but you do that anyway. Yeah, I don't know. What else would come to mind here?
Yeah, it's difficult. Ding also struggling to choose, or at least he's mulling over those different directions. It feels like knight b3 is very logical, but as you say, you've got to make sure you're left with enough. You've got this weird pawn structure. You're left with enough dynamism to open things later. And c5, do you open things now? Big question. It feels like Ding, he was in his preparation for the first 12 moves, move 13, when he had to think for himself, maybe slight mistake, and that's been met by a provocative move like knight a5, and he needs to start thinking, and I wouldn't be surprised if he kind of tanks here for 10-15 minutes. It feels like maybe the first critical position of the game.
Yeah, it does. And he's really trying to emphasize, he's trying to make Ding regret the move knight f3 to d2, because c7, c5, of course, comes with far greater effect now that the d4 pawn isn't well protected. Anish, would you call knight a5 a provocative move in any way, or is this just part of the most natural plan in the position to carve out that e5 square?
I think it's extremely human, and I think it's decent. It's a very logical human move, and it's hard for me to say it's a mistake. I cannot really say it. It's even hard for me to say it's an inaccuracy, because computer, it is so logical. So what you always wanted is to get that c7 pawn to c5. We couldn't do it because knight was in the way. We couldn't move the knight away because there was e5d, knight takes e5 earlier in the position. So what he's managed to achieve, he kicked back the knight from f3, bishop g4. And after knight d2, he then has the opportunity to go knight a5. He intends to go c5, which is a very healthy positional idea. And now if white goes c5, well, it's a pawn sacrifice without concrete consequences. Nothing that would punish black after dc e5, queen h6. I mean, bishop b4, take c6, what we discussed. I don't see there why I would be worse. I mean, I understand you have compensation, but I don't see why black is worse. Maybe it's something very deep. So from a human perspective, from the logic of the game, from positional chess play, I think Jan has played fine, normal. I think it's fine. And I think if Ding will be able to get an advantage from this position, it would require some very deep understanding, and I would be very impressed.
Long think incoming, and he needs to impress Anish. That's the number one priority. Forget about the good moves, just impress Anish Giri. But yeah, queen a4, I mean, if he plays that, We'll bring up the exclamation marks, question marks, but I think that one deserves a double exclamation mark for sure. Looks so counterintuitive. I'm not sure I'd be even looking at that option. But yeah, it is calculation time.
He's tanking 10 minutes and counting. And he's lost the time advantage.
It's understandable. I mean, it's very understandable. This idea of knight b3 ab, it's very hard to assess. As I mentioned, normally in a position with the bad pawn structure like that, you want to keep dynamism as white. So you think that knights, these are the dynamic factors. You also have knight b3 ab. You see this long-term picture. The black goes c5. Then black will go a5. Then you'll have the bad bishop endgame. You will just lose a horrible endgame. No, I think knight b3 is just weird. I don't think that is on his radar. Of course, his entire thinking process revolves around c5 right now, because now that c5 is really coming, he has to stop it as well. It's not only that he wants to push it, just that he wants to prevent black from getting him completely blocked everywhere. So he's thinking about c5, but he doesn't see a clear follow-up. Nonetheless, he does. He has to do it. Yeah, he did it. He has to. Well, even no clear follow-up is better than black following up with c5. So c5, yes, it's clear white has some compensation. He will come up with something later. But c5, it was positionally speaking, it looked like a must. If you don't have the engine running that says queen a4 is the best move, I think if you're a cultured player like Ding is, you go for c5.
Yeah, and queen a4, people must understand, it's very easy when you look with the engine to retrospectively say, well, of course, I mean, this attacks the knight and it makes contact with the rook. But unless you see that incredible idea that David showed of trapping the bishop with d4, d5, queen a4 is not a necessarily natural move to play. It moves the queen out of the center where it's more well-suited to defend the d4 pawn and moves it to the side of the board. So a lot of these computer moves, they're associated with a very concrete idea. And if you miss that idea, it's hard to assert that the move is natural. But c5 on the board, we're about to see some fireworks in the center. And I think the big question right now is that critical position after pawn takes pawn, white plays e5. That's the low-hanging fruit. Once the black queen slides over to h6, is Ding going to establish a more imposing central presence with d5? Does he want to throw in queen a4? There's also f3. So he's got a lot of these intermediate moves that hit black's minor pieces, but the big brunt of the action, of course, is going to take place in the center. Anish.
Yeah, I was just wondering now that it's Jan's turn. If DC is forced, I guess it will be played, but is it completely forced? Is there some argument made to be made for a move like b6, let's say, trying to keep more control of the e5 square, or is it completely ridiculous?
Yeah, it feels out of Jan's style to kind of allow such forcing lines and then suddenly kind of take a step back and dodge, unless he sees something very specific wrong with capturing this pawn. At least b6 wouldn't have been his plan when playing knight a5, and there we see Jan instantly capture back. Yeah.
Also, the faces were made. Yeah, no, the faces were made like I don't see what your point is. Why are you giving me the pawn? So Jan is very comfortably just grabbing the pawn and coming here.
Most certainly. Ding sits down, and he, of course, responds with the immediate e5, attacking black's queen. Jan has been playing pretty quickly, and I know one thing for certain, which is that he's going to move his queen. I don't want to say anything too controversial, so maybe I'll take a back seat once I've shared that deeply held opinion.
Yeah, the queen is going to move. It's just where to. And Jan mulling over the options. We think it's going to slide across to h6, but he's just double checking his lines before that happens. Maybe realizing that Ding actually does have a bunch of moves at his disposal.
I guess he is considering the option of queen h4 because that is also possible. And but I don't think it makes much sense because after h3. After queen h4, h3, unless you can sack, which you probably cannot still. Yeah, no, you have to. Bishop h5 would not be possible. So yes, you go, and then if the bishop would withdraw, then knight f3 would target the queen on h4. So queen on h6 is queen sliding to h6 is normal. And here I think is a moment for Ding to take a think, unless he already made up his mind. I think h3 is very natural here to regain this, push the bishop back and regain some squares. You could start with bishop e4 as well. Maybe these two moves just transpose to each other.
Are you really ruling out this idea, Anish, of just pushing the d pawn forward? Because if you play h3, black is going back to e6 and you'll never get d5. But you do have the option now, as Daniel mentioned.
Yeah, yes, d5 is definitely a very principled option. I think the question is, can black do something concrete to try and attack that pawn on e5, because it's a little bit soft. But if I go queen, maybe queen h5. I wanted queen g5, but I could go queen g5, give you that h7 pawn. Can we try that, queen g5? Because I want to keep the option of bishop h3 in case of h3. So d5.
Should we jump in and yeah, maybe we'll let Ding stew on this one, because there are a bunch of different options he can flick in a different, maybe some pawn moves first. But
Wow!
Very quick move by Ding. d5. He's going for it. He wants blood today.
This is exciting, and I think it will be between queen g5 and queen h5.
Yeah, there's a wide choice on each move. We keep thinking that the players are going to take their time, but then they respond quickly. Jan, though, at least is going to take him some time to get back to the board and decide on the next move. We're going to take this opportunity because the game is heating up. It's going to continue heating up. Jan Nepomniachtchi has followed a heroic path to get to where he is in Astana. As he ponders this critical position, let's take a quick look at how Jan Nepomniachtchi got to the World Championship seat for the second time. The story of Jan Nepomniachtchi's return to the FIDE World Championship and the mounting pressure that perhaps follows him in Kazakhstan began 2 years ago. It was then, at the 2021 FIDE World Championship, Nepomniachtchi faced Magnus Carlsen, who was in search of his 5th straight title in his prestigious event. Nepo gave Magnus plenty to handle through Game 6, which proved to be the longest game in event history, ultimately taken by Carlsen.
And that is Magnus Carlsen taking the 3.5, 2.5 lead.
After that, Nepo never recovered and failed to win a game for the rest of the match. Magnus had his 5th World Chess Championship, and Nepomniachtchi left Dubai with a bitter taste of unfinished business. His loss to Magnus behind him, Nepomniachtchi entered the 2022 Candidates Tournament last summer in Madrid with a renewed sense of purpose. With rumors bouncing about Magnus not wanting to defend, Nepo managed a steady and at times dominant performance.
We have a massive victory for Jan Nepomniachtchi. What did you say, Almira? Catch me if you can.
With 4 wins under his belt from the first half, Nepomniachtchi cruised through the second half with another win over Firouzja and a string of useful draws to secure the bid as challenger. Undefeated in Madrid, Nepomniachtchi had earned his return trip to the World Championship without truly knowing who he would face or prepare for.
Who do you want to play in the World Chess Championship?
Literally, I don't care yet.
The question of who his opponent would be was answered later that summer when Magnus decided to step down as world champion. The door was now open for Nepomniachtchi to capture the most coveted title in classical chess. At the Candidates, in a foreshadow of things to come, Nepomniachtchi squared off twice with Ding Liren, drawing as white and winning in a dominant 32-move fashion as black. Nepomniachtchi has given Ding little to prepare off of. Nepo has played sparingly over the board since Madrid, dropping just 1 game at the Singfield Cup and playing in only 1 other major tournament. Fresh, rested, and with World Championship experience from his clash with Magnus 2 years ago, Nepomniachtchi is considered by many to be poised to become the first FIDE World Champion, not named Carlsen, in over a decade. Only time will tell. And there we see Jan Nepomniachtchi's incredibly impressive resume. This, of course, is his 2nd World Championship appearance. In 2021, he lost to Magnus Carlsen in Dubai. After that disappointing loss in Game 6, he collapsed. But Jan Nepomniachtchi is back in the hot seat, and this is obviously the opportunity of a lifetime. David, I mean, Jan's chess resume is unimpeachable. He's been atop the chess standings for well over a decade. and he seems to be never letting up. I mean, the older he gets, seems he's gotten more experienced. He's gotten more stable in a certain kind of way.
Yeah, certainly. He's really leveled up over the last few years. I remember playing Jan. I think we were 8 years old the first time we played against each other, and he was very promising, very strong, quick, dynamic, everything he is now today. But he's added so many more facets to the game. He's much more solid now. His opening repertoire is so stable, almost bulletproof. And of course, he's kept that killer instinct that he's had from a young age. And that's really showed. He maybe made it to the top 10 a bit later than some players. But yeah, he showed that he's here to stay. And as you said, chance of a lifetime. He would not have expected to get the opportunity to win the world title against Ding. Most people would have thought he'd have to get past Magnus Carlsen. But yeah, he started fast in this match too. Can he keep it up? That's the question. And in this game, maybe on the back foot, he's going to have to show all of his resourcefulness to save this one.
Indeed he is. D5 is the last move played. And is there a remote possibility, Anish, that with the move knight a5, I suggested that it might be a provocative move? Could it be that Jan just didn't take the idea of c5, d5 seriously, that he thought it wouldn't be congruent with Ding's style and his tendencies thus far in this match? And now Jan is saying, wait a second, I didn't really consider this as seriously as I should have. Or do you think he might have underestimated it on a more concrete level?
I think there's always how it works. It's a combination of the two. So he was sort of generally very confident, trusted his position, trusted his form. And I suspect what he also missed, because there's always a concrete move that you miss as well, is I suspect that he missed this resource of queen a4. Because when I saw this d5, you guys suggested it, I also didn't take it seriously because I thought that I can attack the e5 pawn and I will collect it. So I was thinking queen g5 or queen h5. But then as I looked a little bit deeper into this, I realized that queen h5 is losing outright. So queen a4, which is a surprising double attack. It attacks the knight and the f4 pawn. Likewise, after queen g5, there is also queen a4.
Just putting it on the board for you, Anish. Double attack.
You
win the pawn.
And if queen g5, then... and this is just dominating completely. And if queen g5, queen a4, b6, I've got this move h4. Ooh. Now, well, you probably don't want to take because queen f4 is devastating. So you have to go back to h6.
Mm-hmm.
But if you go back to h6, well, I've secured, for now, I've made sure my pawns are alive. And as long as they are alive, they have both crossed the middle of the board. Look very threatening. Of course, I cannot continue pushing. Neither e6 nor d6 is just yet crushing. But just the fact that they're there hanging above your head, very scary stuff. And so it's a question whether queen g5 is a good move here. And I saw from the list of the options that the computers are just black, these computers are just all sorts of waiting moves here, and some useful moves like b6, trying to get rid of this queen a4 idea. But then we have c4, followed by queen c3, reinforcing the e5 pawn. Later we have bishop c2 to a4 potentially. And I really like your guys' suggestion, this e5, d5 stuff. I really like that Ding has also played it. And I think it's on Jan now. I think currently he's in a resting area, realizing that he's missed this queen a4 resource. And, well, serious questions. I mean, the computer says it's not too terrible, but I wouldn't be sure. To me, it looks very scary. And as you guys mentioned, this Alpha Zero, Knight on the Rim, all the stuff. I mean, I think we are back to the basics here. The Knight on the Rim is dim.
Yeah, more than dim in this position. And it's actually Ding who's back at the board first. He must be loving life right now. Really. Also, the clock times. I'm getting optimistic for Ding here. He's 10 minutes up on the clock. This is completely kind of opposite, vast difference to what we've seen over the previous few days. Full of confidence here, Ding. d5 is a very committal move, very risky move because the e5 pawn is weakened, but he's calculated this quickly and not afraid to go for it. Yeah, Jan must be feeling nervous. That's why he stayed away from the board. He'll only come back when he's ready to make a decision. And I think process of elimination, Anish, you look at all the forcing moves going for this pawn, you see it's not working. You kind of reduce to waiting moves such as b6 when it's a bit sad. You're solid, but it's very much black, just sitting and waiting for white to improve. Danya, any thoughts here? I guess we're a bit biased now. We're starting to like white's position. How about you?
The only other concrete attempt that I see is black trying to go c4 and trying to force a white minor piece onto c4. And then maybe once the knights are off the board, an idea like f3 or queen to g5 in this position with bishop f3. I know that Evalbar is cackling at me, Anish. Perhaps you had a thought on this idea. I'm skeptical. I'm, kind of hedging my bets here, but this might be something that's in Jan's defensive style.
On one hand, yes, you're happy to get rid of the knight on the rim. You're happy to have traded a pair of knights, reducing white's attacking potential. At the same time, the one thing you had going for you is that extra pawn. And now that you've given it up, only white has got all the trumps. And, these pawns on the 5th rank, they're still very, very threatening. And you mentioned we might have a bias there, David, but I'm not sure it's bias when you have pawns on d5 and e5. I think it's a good kind of bias to have, when your position looks crushing, you're biased to think that you're crushing. I think it's how it works. It looks very good. Of course, maybe there's not, maybe the threat is stronger than threat is stronger than the execution, they say, but without the execution, there is no win. So maybe this whole, these pawns on the 5th rank, they're not as dangerous as they look, but well, combined with the knight on the edge of the board. And I know Jan, very, very healthy player, very cultured, loves harmony, hates knights on the edge of the board. Even his idea, knight a5, was a very harmonious idea to go for c5. He has overlooked this d5, e5 idea, especially, I think, this queen a4 motif. So it was never the plan for him to land in this position, and I think he really doesn't like it. He's really concerned about it. He has a very good feel. He's a very dynamic player too with his pawns. He's not greedy. He can give you the pawns. He can give you one more as long as he's got good active play. I think he really dislikes this position now, and that was also one of the reasons why he spent so much time in the resting area. I think we had seen also in the match against Magnus, after he blundered multiple times there, he would stay a while in the resting area trying to recompose himself, take the time for himself before showing up at the board and getting his emotions in check. And okay, he hasn't blundered here, but he definitely feels under pressure here, and I think we are having a very exciting game here in front of us. Going to be really interesting to see if Jan manages to dodge this one.
Question for both of you here. We seem to love white's position. We love the look aesthetically of these two strong pawns, but the evaluation bar is still roughly in the center. Is that a surprise at all? Do computers like or think black's position is okay just because of this extra pawn?
Yeah, I guess so. It's always different factors that you have to combine, and then eventually here, I guess the fact that black is up a pawn, it almost compensates for white's strategic advantage. And I think if we try to understand what's happening in the position, one thing that black has going for him is that there is no major threat. So let's say if we look at b6, c4, rook e7, queen to c3, rook a to e8, let's say bishop to c2. Let's just make these moves on the analysis board just so it's clear what's going on. Let's say bishop to d7 maybe, although I was happy with black to keep control of these squares f3 and d1, but okay, let's go bishop d7 to prevent this bishop a4. So here in this position, black sort of is bracing for impact. Knight on a5 is pretty bad. There's no concrete idea that black has here. At the same time, white doesn't have a clear breakthrough here either, and that's something black can sort of feel comfortable about. At least there is no clear breakthrough. Maybe white can improve further with rook e2, rook a1. I guess that's the most natural thing to do here. But usually, though, as we had seen somehow in these pretty games, when white has one side has a beautiful position, somehow eventually ideas appear. Something will come up there, I feel. But maybe it's not there yet. Yeah, I'm not really one with the bar here. I would give white a little bit more than what it gives, but I guess maybe black has some. Okay, rook 88. But how does this help? Didn't I want to play c4 anyway?
Right. White wants to play c4 anyway. Could he want
b5? Maybe
b5?
He wants b5. Yeah. That's Jan. That's Jan.
Gambit.
That's Jan. Very healthy player, Jan. Oh, I love it. Oh, Jan is very cultured. This is a nice human attempt to. Yeah.
I don't know. Well, wait a minute. There might be tactical flaws with this move. First question: what if queen c3 here?
Knight takes
and if
4.
knight b7?
I want to take on c4.
Then I thought knight takes and bishop takes, and what do we make of this trade? Still looks pretty good for white, doesn't it?
Yeah, but I feel, as you know, from a human perspective, Black would think that they've eased their task somewhat because they got rid of a pair of knights. Knights is away from the, you know, from the edge of the board. Position is simplified somewhat. You are still nominally up a pawn, but I think that's the problem. You really are not going to be up a pawn for very much longer. Bishop b3 is always there. c5 pawn is collapsing. I think this position, like, I would think that this is better than a position we had before for Black. You know, that this is like a good start to a good defense, but the engine doesn't seem to agree. But I think basically what is happening is that the position that we had after, let's say, b6 and rook e7, it looked really, really bad. And so Jan is in somewhat of a desperate mode here. He's quite desperate, and rook d8, b5, it's a very human way of trying to solve the problem. And if that doesn't solve the problem, it just means the position is it was just bad. You know, what can you do? When it's a bad position, all moves are bad, as they say. So this was a little bit of the case, I think.
Yeah, so prediction, b5 incoming. Of course, Ding plays c4. Very logical move. Just controlling the center here, defending everything. And yeah, I'm still inclined to think b6 might happen if Jan has a longer think. But if he's feeling impulsive, if he's hating his position that much, then maybe b5. It just feels so loose. Feels like long-term you'll be suffering anyway. So you might as well suffer kind of with this bad knight, with the extra pawn, but at least everything defended.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, b5, I would be so reluctant to play. But of course, I'm a very different player to Jan. So you know him better, Anish.
Yeah, I actually don't know. I saw the engine, how much it hates b5, because you can even play rook a b1 and get an extra tempo compared to what we had seen. b5 is a horrendous move, actually. But yeah, it depends how desperate you are. I myself, I'm also okay. I'm maybe the most sensitive of all of these players. I'm even more sensitive than Jan to ugly positions. So I could easily see myself kind of panicking a little bit, worried for that long-term situation.
Here he goes.
But Jan just okay. So his idea of rook a d8 was just to force c4. He didn't want any of this crazy b5 stuff. He just wanted to force c4, b6, and now he's trying to brace for impact and just keep this position together this way. And the facial expression he made, it shows that he is not too. He shows as if he's not too concerned with the position. And that's a good sign for his fans. It means that, you know, he understands that it's not the end of the world. These central pawns, and they look scary, but he's not too impressed. But I would be. I think Ding will find a way to create some ideas here, pose some problems, and you know, in this position, any problem can be unsolvable.
And Ding is just so good at patiently accumulating his advantage. He's got a lot of ways to do that. He can play queen c3. We talked about the long-term idea of doubling on the e-file, and eventually, as Anish indicated, a central breakthrough, whether d6 or e6 or something tactical, may ultimately manifest itself. So Jan, he most certainly has his defensive work cut out for him. Ding has kept a 15 or so minute time advantage on the clock as well. So as the Chinese Grandmaster ponders his next course of action, we have another look at the playing hall. These two world champion contenders locked in battle. You're watching round 4, the 2023 FIDE World Championship, and we will be back with more action from Ding Nepo in just a couple of minutes.
I do recommend Meetup to a lot of my friends that are looking for different things. Wine tasting, movies, book club, meet a lot of new people, a lot of new friends, and it will make you more social.
Chess.com's game review recently got a major update. Here are 4 key notes. At the end of each game review, you will now see a summary of the game from your coach, your performance rating for that game, and a quick grade for you and your opponent in the opening, middle game, and end game. We've added a new classification called miss for when a move fails to take advantage of an opportunity, but it is otherwise a sound move. We've also changed the definition of blunder. Now a move will only be considered a blunder if it loses material or allows a checkmate. Coach will now draw arrows and highlight squares when you hover over or click on the highlighted words in the move explanations. This should make move explanations easier to follow. Finally, Coach's explanations will now reference specific pieces and threats in explanations, making move explanations much more intuitive. The new game review experience is available on chess.com right now.
What is a chess dynasty? Unceasing dominance, move after move, again and again and again.
We have a resignation, we have history.
He is the 5-time FIDE World Chess Champion.
But a chess dynasty can also be cruel. It forces most to defer their dreams until next time. If there is a next time.
It's losing.
Oh my God, did he just blow?
Yeah, he did.
I'm blown away. The game is over.
As the chess world turns to Kazakhstan, the Magnus Carlsen dynasty is set to close. The FIDE World Championship is finally up for grabs. For two chess superstars lying in wait, until next time is now. Jan Nepomniachtchi has methodically done what he needed to do to get another shot at the title. The pressure to seize the moment this time rests heavily upon him.
Bishop takes bishop in an accuracy?
Wow, unexpected. Jan completely missed this move. Look at Jan, he's getting closer to the board.
Ding Liren knows firsthand what the end of this dynasty means. An unexpected chance to make history. Can China's best turn his good fortune into eternal fame?
Ding Liren there sitting thinking, this is the Ding that we know.
A confidence boost, a solid drop from a position of strength of the black pieces.
The legacy of this championship spans across centuries. It reads from the names of chess giants. For the first time in a decade, a new name will raise the trophy and be etched into chess history. It's the 2023 FIDE World Championship. Whose name will next be called champion?
Back we are at the Back we are at the 2023 FIDE World Championship between Ding Liren and Jan Nepomniachtchi, the end of the Magnus Carlsen era. But it is the beginning of the Grandmaster David Howell and Grandmaster Anish Giri era. Pleasure commentating with you boys. And the last move has been 18b6. It is currently Ding's turn. He has sacrificed a pawn in return for a massive pawn center and fantastic piece coordination. Anish, I mean, no question that the first 18 moves have gone Ding's way. But now he has to roll up his sleeves and get down to the hard work of preparing something concrete in the center.
Yeah, I think the position, basically the big question in the position is whether you start with h3 or whether you start with queen c3, bishop c2. I think queen c3, bishop c2 is the plan. I really like the queen supporting the e5 point, which is the vulnerable, at the same time a very important stronghold to defend. And if bishop reroutes via c2 to a4, it's also quite a promising idea. But maybe h3 first. And I just want to point out, just to make it clear, because I think this move knight a5 that Jan has made, I was kind of, I was justifying this move and I liked it before. But I think looking at the position in hindsight, that was definitely a mistake, as was given by our software here. The computer, of course, never lies. Knight a5 was a mistake. And now, yes, I think Ding is mainly choosing because he feels the moment. He knows it's a big one, big opportunity. So maybe h3 first, maybe queen c3 first. I don't know. What do you think, David?
Yeah, he's spoiled for choice, and I'm not surprised at all that he's thinking now. Probably if it were me here, I'd be spending 20, 30 minutes choosing between all these different plans at White's disposal. Maybe we jump in, Anish. You mentioned a few ideas there. Plenty others as well, potentially for White. The main move that comes to my mind is queen c3, just to keep the options open. As you say, h3 could be useful. I'm not sure whether we need to rush with that. Is it going away anytime soon? Queen c3, I would be stuck a bit as black here. I kind of want to reroute this knight, but the question is where to? You can step back, but from there, it's not clear where you're going. So earlier you mentioned a very logical move, rook e7, just to double up against the potentially, the more vulnerable of the two kind of spearheads of the white center here. But again, that feels inconsistent for Jan. He's put his rook on d8 for a reason. Is he really going to move it again in the next couple of turns? And yeah, bishop c2. I kind of want to get these rooks into the game. Maybe that's one argument for h3 to gain the access to the d1 square. Which direction is the black bishop going? I thought perhaps this way, but then it does feel a bit clumsy blocking in the black queen. If it goes the other way, maybe now we centralize, put a knight on a square like f3. Yeah, bishop c2 at some point, as you mentioned. And it's domination, but I don't see the next step, I've got to admit.
I'm trying to look at. Excuse me. I was trying to look at the position, and I think we'll need Danya's help very soon, because what I would be looking at as black. So if we try to be very dogmatic about it, positional, very boring. So we have the central pawns. Can black undermine them? Can black attack them? Well, not really. Yeah, we have queen c3. We'll defend. Can black undermine them? c6 will be met by d6. f6 will be met by e6. So is black lost? Well, no, because I guess at some point what black is looking for is some kind of tactical opportunity, some kind of tricks on the king side. And I think that's where I need Danya's help. I think we do want with black maybe some kind of f3, some action there, maybe some, I don't know, queen g5 and then bishop h3, queen g5 and then f3. Maybe some trick. Danya, you see some tricks perhaps somewhere?
As you were talking, I've been contemplating the immediate f3. I mean, the problem on a broad level is that the knight on a5 is so out of the game, and white's center is so well protected that there's just a lot of moving parts, and it's logistically very, very difficult for black to make something like f3 work. What would be the potential idea of a move like f3? So if we make that move on the board, the problem is that queen c3 reinforces the pawn on e5. So here I think knight takes f3 simply does the job, or even g takes f3. But the primitive move is knight f3. And after bishop f3 gf, if the queen was on c2, you would have queen g5 check, and you pick up the e5 pawn, and we're chilling. Here, queen g5 is a shot into thin air after king h1. So if you're not attacking the e5 pawn, then I don't really see what the target of a move like f3 could be. I'm going to keep looking for tricks, though, and if I find anything promising, I'll let you know. Maybe b6, b5 at some point. Again, that doesn't work because the queen on c3 targets the knight on a5. So I love the move queen c3. It's a move that a positional player would play in a blitz game, and I would just resign because if there's no tricks, then I can't make my living.
Oh, you are full of you will never resign. We are sure that tricks would eventually appear in your game. I was just wondering about one thing. It looks extremely risky. Probably doesn't work at all. But after queen c3, can I play c6? Because when I said that c6 made by d6, I had this wild thought of going f6.
Oh.
It looks, yeah, it's crazy, but it's very principled. On the other hand, I mean, I want to and look at the bar. It just says it's correct.
Wow. So ugly, but sometimes that's necessary. You do break the white center. No way to keep these intact.
I like the d6 pawn, in fact. I mean, it's a very natural instinct. So I guess after c6, d6 is not the way to go, actually. The question is maybe bishop e4 is what you want, or...
Mm-hmm. Makes sense. And if I capture, you take back with a pawn, I'm assuming?
Yes, and now, okay, now Danya, maybe now some tricks?
Ooh, yeah, with the center a little bit more poorly defended. Let's see. Queen g5 doesn't threaten anything because you can't take on e5 because of bishop takes h7. So ruling that out.
Tricks for white you found. Only tricks for white. We need tricks for black here, please.
What about, okay, f5. f5 instead of queen g5.
Nice. That's what I was talking about. This is nice.
But I want to take on d5. The problem is that a2 g8 diagonal. Bishop f3.
Maybe bishop f3 simply, yeah.
Take knight c6, but I don't know.
Now your pawns on c5 and f5, they have they've abandoned their defensive outposts, and now my e and d pawns, they have nothing to stop them potentially. They're just gonna march forward, and I'll just at some point queen them. So yeah, this c5 f5, it can only work if you collect the pawn by force. Ding is about to make a move, by the way. I think queen c3 is c3 is going to appear soon on the board.
Yeah. It feels like the only question in niche is whether you do play h3. And talking of tricks, yeah, this one is unlikely to work. I don't think his sacrifice is too promising here. White can play a move like bishop f5.
Bishop f1 also probably to g2.
Bishop f1. Yeah, exactly. Okay, he does play h3 after all, so...
Oh.
So forcing the bishop back first, and then maybe queen c3 next move.
And if the bishop steps in the other direction to d7 or c8, then I might not need queen c3. Maybe I'll defend the e5 pawn with the knight, with knight f3. So maybe that's why he tries to be flexible. I suspect black has to put the bishop on h5 to at least prevent knight f3 and rook a1. You got to keep the bishop there. And now, probably now Ding goes for queen c3. But then again, f3, by the way, becomes a different story now. The f3 becomes a different move. Maybe, although, yeah. Because after knight f3, let's say I already can take on h3, so there are some differences.
That's why I made the ooh sound. I think f3 is a much more promising idea in the long run now, which is why I would be a little bit cautious about h3, and I would play it only if you really thought that the benefits outweighed the drawbacks, but I like the bishop placement on h5 with the g-file open.
By the way, I had this poll before the round today on my Twitter, which is why I'm quite excited now, because I asked, when will h3 be played today? And okay, after all, h3 did get played. Maybe not as early as game 2, but we see h3, so I'm happy about that. But yeah, whether it has contributed to the white's position or not, we'll see. I mean, we have to see after bishop h5. Maybe there is also some other option than queen c3. But I don't immediately see one. And after bishop h5, queen c3, f3, I don't have to take on f3 with the knight, by the way. I have plenty of options. Even maybe g3, and then bishop f1 and rook e3, and I will just gradually collect your pawn. Possibly. Possibly, I don't know.
Very committal stuff. f3. Also
knight
h3.
c6 somewhere, yeah, maybe somewhere knight c6.
Ooh.
After bishop g6.
I thought Danya's the one with the tricks, Anish.
But I stole this one from him. I already saw
C6.
this. I already saw this knight c6 resource. I'm stealing it.
Okay, whereabouts? Where are you thinking? Around here?
No, f3, g3, bishop. No, I can't get it right. Sorry, I can't get it right. Let me think. How do I do it?
Yeah. Can't quite figure out
something
the way.
along this file. Maybe we should leave it to Jan to figure out the way. This one is still looking tricky.
That's always the thing commentator can do. There's a big difference between commentator and a player. that at some point, if the commentator is stuck, he can always hand it over to the player. When the player is stuck, there's no one to hand it over to.
That's why I prefer sitting in the commentator's chair these days. Too stressful as a player, especially, I mean, at this level where so much is at stake. But yeah, bishop h5 at least looks like a simple decision for Jan. You don't really want to allow white, as we saw, to plant a knight on f3. Got to see, kind of keep some counterplay up your sleeve. And once he returns from his rest area, I'm pretty sure, there we go, Jan will make a quick decision here. Bishop h5 and roughly balanced on the clock, almost at move 20. Do we think time will play an issue a bit later on? Feels like
100%.
Ding's really upped the pace today.
But 100%. I think the time will play a role at some point. So because we are now only at move 19. And I think the next few moves, like let's say white plays queen c3, black will now have to invest some time. I mean, I cannot imagine that Jan will play quickly after queen c3. And I think this upcoming phase, the coming 5 moves, are going to be very, very important. And they will require a lot of energy and time from the players. And I'm absolutely convinced that sooner or later, the time will be a factor in this game.
Yeah. And it's a sunk cost type of situation where, by definition, each player has to spend a certain amount of time just looking for the tricks, just basically doing the maintenance work. White has to do it to make sure that you're not blundering any of your pawns in the center. Black has to do it to check each of the pawn breakthroughs in every position. You're going to have to check f3, c6, f6, b5. That's 4 pawn breakthroughs that you really have to look at, because if one of them works, David, it basically solves the problems of your position. So you have to invest a little time in them.
Yeah, for sure. And every single move you'll have to check 3 or 4, especially this f3 move, 3 or 4 pawn breaks. So that's what Ding will be spending his time on, not just preventing black's counterplay, but also improving his pieces, maybe looking for ways to advance his pawns in the meantime. And for black, it's purely either looking for a way to survive, to cling on, to stay solid, or to look for those tricks, look for something. It is very much Jan's style as well to try and solve this tactically. I do wonder whether Ding played this h3 move as well, because he was slightly concerned about these central pawn breaks. We mentioned c6, for example, which maybe looks less tempting now. But either way, I'm expecting queen c3 from Ding very shortly, and only then will he start to invest a bit of time later on.
Well, as Ding ponders the ways to improve his position, and as we wait for queen c3, let's take a look at Ding talking about how he's handling all of the psychological pressure that faces him in the World Championship. Here's Ding Liren.
Would like to thanks to my friends, the chairman. They help me to deal with my some emotional problem. So now I feel more comfortable at this stage. At some point, I thought I may have some problem with my with my mind, but in the end, it's not so serious as I expected. He talks to me and even suggests if I need a doctor, but in the end, maybe it's not that serious. It's maybe can be concluded as a pressure before the match. I'm getting better and better. You can see I spend more time on the stage than just hide in the restroom.
Well, Ding, as we take a look at his resume, he's played bishop before. We'll get to the move in just a second, but obviously the pressure that faces you when you compete in the World Championship for the very first time is absolutely unimaginable. And at the start of the first round, Anish, I asked you whether Jan's experience in the World Championship is more of a net positive or more of a net negative. The fact that he's already sat on this stage before, even though it didn't go exactly the way that he wanted it to. As far as I remember, you believed that it was a net positive. The fact that Ding is doing this for the very first time brings to the table pressure that Jan isn't feeling in quite the same way. Would you say that that's accurate?
Yes, but if he loses today, that's going to be a net negative, because then it's a flashback of losing a game at a World Championship match, and it didn't end well after that. So I think it all depends. I tend to all these psychological factors, it's of course all very important, and it really is. But at the end of the day, like, all comes down to, like, we have a position now on the board. What is your move? I mean, you have match, you didn't have the match, make the move. You know what I mean? It'll come down to what move you make. And yeah, well, of course, psychological factors, they all they play a big role. But your fate in chess is, at the end of the day, very often, especially if it gets close, it comes down to moves. So which move? Maybe now he makes a bad move, he will lose. He makes a good move, he will win. And that's maybe about it. And I really like, by the way, Ding's last move. I missed this bishop e4 move. It's a nice little tactical idea that rook e5 is met by bishop h7. And so he can afford to start with bishop e4. Although I don't know why this move is better than queen c3, but it's definitely an interesting idea as well.
Mm-hmm. I guess he's ruled out all f3 ideas. At least the white king now is super safe. You don't have to calculate any counterplay for black there. Maybe slightly less appealing as well for black to play c6, because there wouldn't be any immediate threat there. It would just help white kind of accelerate the process of creating a passed pawn. Also potentially just stopping knight b7, any drop back ideas, because then white would be able to push d6 immediately and hit the knight. So it feels like a multi-purpose move. Again, I'm not sure the pros and cons compared to a waiting move like queen c3, but makes some sense. And Jan probably didn't expect it either. I know we're surprised, and it's just very hard to find a move for black, gotta say.
Yeah, I think
move, that is.
I think you hate to face a move like this. So already the position, you didn't like it. You already didn't like it. You already felt that it was dodgy. You were already concerned about queen c3. Maybe you had some kind of plan against that, but you're already kind of concerned. And then comes bishop e4. And it's always nasty, these moves that have a little tactical justifications behind them. Because when you see bishop e4, you see rook e5, bishop h7, and that is losing for you, right? So you already see a way to lose. And I think that's... No, but I think it's a thing. Hear me out. I'm not sure if it's I think it's a thing. I think when you see in a game a way to lose, literally, it plants that seed in your head, you like that the idea of losing is already getting planted. And I'm not sure Jan's happy, and he look at him, he's concerned. And when David was describing all these pros of the move bishop e4 and how it anticipates every natural idea, every logical idea that black has, I started to really like it. However, the bar is at the equilibrium, which means that there is probably a very, very, very strong idea that everybody is missing here.
I had some ideas, David. I'm sure you do as well. My big candidate moves here, bishop g6 and queen g5, were the thoughts. But queen g5 can be met with queen c3. So just directly attacking the e5 pawn, I don't know if that's the recipe for success. I do like the look of bishop g6 conceptually to soften up white's control over the center. But David, I'll hand it over to you for your candidate moves.
Yeah, let's jump into the board. Those were two of my candidate moves, as you mentioned there, Dania, as well. I'm really struggling, I've got to be honest, to find anything else for black. I still keep coming back to this idea of kind of doubling up rooks, trying to put extra pressure on this e5 pawn, but it feels inconsistent with Jan's previous play. In that case, it feels like he's wasted a very important tempo with rook a d8 earlier. Other than that, I mean, we can't move the knight, process of elimination. I really don't want to touch these pawns now because the white pawns will simply step forward. Bishop g6, it is my kind of natural instinct, especially when I'm cramped, to try and trade pieces, your pawn up as well. But it does give white this really beautiful square for the knight on f3. And I'm worried as well that this black queen is just going to be stuck offside for the rest of the game. Ooh. And yeah, queen g5, just to show your idea, Dania. Taking the pawn is possible, potentially, but you have to calculate queen c3 just to defend. And yeah, just to show this discovered attack once more. Here, white would win material. So yeah, there's kind of, again, pros and cons behind every move. And Daniel, I heard you get excited. Was it after bishop g6?
And Anish, I know you have analysis to share. Just a cool line after bishop g6, knight f3. My initial idea was b5, with the idea c takes b5, rook takes d5. But I think the issue might be queen a4 And suddenly white has this b6 idea. Rook on e8 hangs. Okay, that's clearly not the idea, as usual. I have it wrong, but maybe there's some other tactics here.
Because take queen b6 here, Daniel. Sorry
Queen
to
C3.
interrupt. I think take queen b6 is why the bar not maybe yeah, why the bar is not all the way up.
Mm-hmm. And black stabilizes. Very good. So maybe there's a different winning move, but this just doesn't seem like maybe. No, I don't know.
Positionally, very likely. I mean, I think you are just very likely positionally in trouble here as
also,
well.
b6 first.
Mm-hmm. Whoa.
Oh, and yeah, I'm pinning. That is
no. Still
that
not
is so cool, but it doesn't work. Oh, rook dd8 in the end, Daniel. Rook dd8. I defend everything.
Yeah. But clearly, this is just. I don't think this is something Jan is going to go for.
No, bishop g6 is actually. I feel it's actually helping white in a sense, because what I think what position is revolving around is what I would think is the e5 pawn. It's of course is the main asset white has. If white didn't have the e5 pawn, white would have a disaster position. Knight would come to d6 via b7, and white would have nothing. So white's pride in the position is the e5 pawn, and unlike the d5 pawn, it's not too well supported. So I think black has to bank on somehow trying to attack it by all means at all costs. So doubling on the e file, queen g5, g6, queen g7, even anything, or even f6. F6 though, e6 you have to have a follow up because you don't want to have this massive pawn on e6. But anything to attack that e5 pawn, and in that context, going bishop g6, well, you removing the bishop from e4, white gets a free look from the e1 rook to the e5 pawn, and also knight f3. I get that square on the knight on f3 for the knight. Even after taking so I think even a trade of bishops followed by knight f3, it's just very beneficial for white. Of course, I understand that you want to trade pieces, but I think that it comes down to somehow targeting that e5 pawn. So I'm thinking, yeah, in the starting position we have here on the board, don't know, like how g6 I was trying to make g6 work. The problem with g6 is after queen c3, bishop c2, knight will come to e4, and that would be devastating. So I think g6 is probably not it. So maybe doubling on the e file just by elimination. There are so little moves. I mean, if I was playing this game, I would already think I'm just busted. But since the bar is saying it's okay, I'm thinking maybe doubling on the e file will somehow work out, because you said that black loses the tempo, but with bishop e4, if you go to c2 later, you also lost the tempo. So it works both ways. Let's see, maybe rook e7 as a move.
Yeah, as you mentioned, that's how he'll be calculating just process of elimination. We're struggling to find anything else that's even playable, Daniel.
Yeah, I mean, I was trying to attack d5. That doesn't seem to work out. So as Anish is hinting, maybe attacking e5, maybe just doubling on the e file and banking on the fact that, white doesn't have that immediate knockout. That's kind of why I thought of queen g5. Also x-raying the g file, maybe setting up some tricks related to f3, but I just can't get queen c3 out of my head. White goes queen c3, and then, bishop e4 can potentially drop back either on that same diagonal or even to f3. And I'm skeptical about black's possibility of attacking e5. It's just slow.
Yes, at the same time, you have to make a move. So even if you think the position is bad and you don't see a way to solve all your problems, at some point you have to make a compromise with yourself and just make a move. Even bad positions can be saved. And again, one thing that black has going for him in this position, like step one, of course, is trying to get rid of the problem, which is e5 pawn. But if that fails, then the question is, okay, maybe you can solve the problem, but the question is, how big are the problems? Are you really losing? And okay, at this moment, white is really far away from converting, but white still has to regroup, rearrange, and at some point strike in the center. And later on, even if white is doing very well, even if that all happens, when white strikes, then position will become complicated. And there's a saying that I like that somebody told me once, it will get worse before it gets better. And maybe that's what Jan is hoping for. His position will get worse before it might one day get better. And maybe just make a move like rook e7. Maybe we can peek at why the computer says that black is fine. Maybe we can, because I just don't see it. I was trying some tactics with f3 as well, but they just don't seem to work. You can just collect the pawn with the bishop. So I don't know. I'm really struggling to understand why black is all right here. And I would just go rook e7 and hope for the best, to be honest.
Yeah, and for me, it's interesting that Ding's come back to the board. It shows he's really loving his position. He's really excited. What I do normally during games where my opponent's clearly kind of struggling, not enjoying their position when they've been in the tank for a long time, is I just stay away from the board. I just let them kind of mull things over, let them get lost in their own minds. And I often find coming back to the board too soon kind of sparks them out of their stupor and kind of wakes them up. And yeah, it's interesting to me. If I were Ding, that would have been the one moment that I would have been happily chilling out in the rest area. I think when kind of Jan plays the move, that would be the time to come back and just let him burn all that time. 15-minute time difference right now, but it could start to grow if Jan doesn't play move quickly.
I love that feeling of sometimes when my opponent is taking a long think, I'll be walking around the playing hall. Of course, no playing hall here, but I will force myself to not look at the watch. I'll do the same thing on a long airplane flight where I won't look at my watch for a long time. And then the next time I look at it, I'll say, whoa, 3 hours have passed. So I won't come back to the board, and the next time I come back to the board, 15 minutes have passed. And I have this guilty pleasure of watching my opponent's clock kind of inexorably tick down. But, we're talking about a long think. It's 13 minutes now and counting, Anish, for Jan. So does he have to just come to terms with the fact that his position is unpleasant? It's likely going to be unpleasant, and just, do the least amount of damage with a move like rook e7.
Yeah, I peeked because I just couldn't see it. And actually the engine doesn't have any solution for us either. It just claims that if you indeed just double the rooks with rook e7, rook d8, and brace for impact, the position is just not too bad for black. White has some tempting options, but not the end of the world. So rook e7 or rook d7 to go to e7 is probably the best move. There is indeed no magic here. The moves we talked about, queen g5 first is also possible. Bishop g6 is not really liked very much. So yeah, I guess just play rook e7 and things get concrete. For example, after rook e7, queen c3, rook d8. White has a choice. Maybe bishop to c2 or bishop to f3, but in either case, it's not the end of the world. After bishop c2, bishop a4, black can play c6, and then let's say, let's look at the analysis board. Let's say queen g5. I think c6 right now would be met by d6. I suspect queen g5 might be a better way to start. And now after bishop a4, now let's say c6. I don't know if it works though, but does it? Yeah, I think something like this the engine was showing was here. Yeah. I think now, and now if DC, okay, you've disrupted my pawn, so maybe I can just go like rook c7 or something like that, or some move like that maybe, or maybe queen h6 back maybe, and c7 rook c8. Maybe that's the idea. Yeah, well, something along these lines, but basically it's looking very dangerous for black, frankly. And also d6 instead of dc was possible, wasn't it?
Yeah, this looks so scary.
Yeah, you maybe are okay, but it's just barely. So rook e5, you have rook e5, because if you can take with the queen and then go knight b7, but you probably take
d7
with the rook.
Queen takes
d7 right away. That's the way to go exactly. So rook e5, and maybe you're okay actually, because everything is quite protected. But scary looking stuff. So Jan has to, let's say now d7, you have to find a square for the rook and make sure that you don't lose the rook somehow. So very definitely a scary lines for Jan. Something he has to look at. Also, instead of bishop c2, there is bishop f3. But after bishop f3, I think black goes bishop g6. I want to keep these bishops actually at all costs. And at least that's what I want. Also, the computer was saying in some positions to trade the bishops and go like knight b7, let's say, instead of bishop g6. Yeah, let's say even bishop f3 and knight f3. Let's say knight b7. Let's make some move like rook e2. f6, let's say. e6. And then knight d6. So I've rerouted my knight. I'll go g5 next. I am up a pawn. Of course, you have this massive pawn on e6, which is fantastic, which is why the computer still likes white. But it's not completely clear if it's if the advantage is so big, because black has trumps as well. The knight is nice. Pawns might be smart side might start rolling, and there's an extra pawn that black has. All in all, early to complete despair for Jan. He's facing problems. The pawns are scary. But the position like this, it's could be defendable. And he plays rook e7.
Yeah, it looked like a nice fortress type of position there, Niche, where black still has an extra pawn to boot. So, yeah, he would love, I guess, a position like that right now. Rook e7, process of elimination. Took him a long time. It's not a Jan type of move, but it is a good move. And these top players in the world, they'll force themselves to find these types of moves if you don't give them many other promising options. So, yeah, here we're expecting white to just step the white queen forward and kind of try and sit on black. But there are resources, there are ideas to set up this kind of barricade, this blockade. Yeah, the more I look at the variations like the one you just showed, Anish, the more I think actually black isn't busted yet. Black has a grip. Black has control over all the squares in his half other than those two white pawns advancing. So still a long way ahead for Ding. Could we see Ding getting a bit frustrated if he doesn't find a breakthrough? Because inside he must be knowing that or must be thinking that he's got great chances here to strike.
Yeah, I think he has already some setup in mind, probably at this point. I was wondering, since he has postponed queen c3 for so long, maybe he wants to play without this move. Maybe he has some other setup, but I cannot quite see it. So if I go bishop f3 now, I guess you go bishop g6. And then anyway, queen has to land on c3. Maybe he might go for this move order, though. Hard to say. Yeah, I was just wondering, is because if he wanted queen c3 bishop c2, he would have done it earlier. The fact that he played bishop e4, maybe he played bishop e4 to avoid f3 and c6 kind of ideas. Yeah, so maybe that's just why he did it, and now he'll go queen c3 and then bishop c2. But Ding definitely has some choices to make here, because as you mentioned, he feels that things are looking very good. He sees, of course, pawns on fifth rank, and he understands that this is very, very promising. But he also knows that black will resist and that there's going to be some counterplay. He's going to try to find the most accurate way and try to find a way to somehow stabilize his strong far advanced center. Maybe with this bishop f3 idea, maybe with this bishop c2 idea, especially the bishop c2 variations, they were getting very concrete. If you remember, I was going bishop a4, you go c6, I could take, or g6. Like this stuff requires a lot of calculation. It's very promising for white, but it's could also backfire, because if you get your pawns moving, or you take on c6 at some point with the d5 pawn, you get rid of this long-term strategic advantages of an advanced center, and you just enter some very concrete variations that if they work for you, you might win. If they don't work for you, you might lose. So definitely a lot to think about for Ding, and I suspect he was already thinking about this position before, but maybe he hasn't made up his mind and he will take a think here. Let's see.
So, David or Anish, after queen c3, rook de8, was our main candidate move bishop c2? Because if so, I do have a potential trick, but I forget what move we were kind of banking on for white.
I think you need to show us the trick anyway, Danya. So queen c3, let's jump into the live board. Okay, hitting this pawn kind of for black, not an immediate threat, but let's say white retreats, reacts to that. Where is the trick?
Now, the trick is f3. I keep trying to... I've been testing that move for what feels like hours, but finally I think f3 has a chance to succeed, of course. Sibel Bar laughs at me.
Bishop a4, the idea. But Daniel, maybe bishop a4 is the problem. I'm thinking bishop a4 could be very annoying.
Bishop a4, and if I move the rook from e8?
Then I'll just collect. Oh, okay, not so simple, because c4 is hanging, yeah?
Maybe with a pawn, but... Then I thought it could get... I guess the situation is not desperate enough for black to warrant a move like that. So...
Yeah, GF is just opening the king. And when the bishop was closer to f1, it was okay. But now the bishop is far from f1. I don't like GF. Let's think. Also, you don't have a killing threat with black here. So I might have some time. Queen g5 is probably what you want next, though.
Yeah.
If I take with the knight, bishop takes, queen takes, you take knight c4. That's probably not what I want.
Yeah, that's the idea. And the knight joins into the action, and suddenly white center is under fire from all sides.
Yes. Yeah, this is not easy. Not easy. Maybe bishop c2 is not the cleanest way forward. I was wondering about this bishop f3 positions. I mean, where we stopped analysis with the pawn on e6 and the knight on d6. I thought it could still be promising for white. Even I thought maybe to trade the knight with knight d2, knight e4. Just go for position with... Yeah, like I have some, I don't know, Alpha Zero type of vibes. Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, the book is here, so I was reading too much, and I could even imagine somehow this long termness of this pawn on e6. It will always be there, like a thing in your throat. Maybe just knight d2, knight e4. Maybe I just trade the knight even, and then I will somehow enter with some heavy pieces somewhere, penetrate, and exploit this far advanced, heavily protected e6 pawn. Maybe bishop f3, just trying to keep more control of the position is the way to go instead of bishop c2. But first, Ding has to settle on queen c3 because he's thinking, and he might start with bishop f3 now, actually. As black, I would try to go bishop g6. I think I want to keep light squared bishops, and I want, what's happening? Why both white pieces are fighting for the f3 square, and I want to keep them. I want to keep both of them on the board as black.
Yeah, and a lot of these lines, the white knight is struggling to get in the game, actually. It needs f3 or it needs e4, but it can't use either of them right now. So this is the current position. Maybe that's what Ding wants to do, but just where's this knight go? And of course, the urgent priority here is to defend e5 in the next couple of moves. So rook e7, very nice move. And maybe we let Ding think about all these different maneuvers. It feels like queen c3. It's coming, but is it just now?
Yeah, and after queen c3, rook d8, bishop f3. I think bishop g6 is the move, the main move. And this is what I would be. This is the position you can get it through both move orders. I think this is the position I would be mostly contemplating. Maybe bishop g4 actually looks. Bishop g4 looks juicy.
Yeah, this queen is almost trapped on h6. No squares, no good squares to go to.
Yeah, and if you try to activate it, I'll send it back home with knight f3.
Bye bye, queen.
Guys, I'm getting good vibes here for white. I'm sorry. You can tell me all what you want with the bar and robust and passive and solid, but I mean, I'm having very good vibes here for Ding. You just need to play it right, But the stage is set. That's clear.
Yeah, the stage is set indeed, and still a time advantage. Still 10 minutes up on the clock. Ding. It feels like a good moment to pause. We're halfway towards the first time control. 20 moves down now. And yeah, he will be feeling, I think all of us here with this position, we'd be feeling that great instinct. Just this is the type of position I would tell my coach afterwards, I was winning. I might have blown it later on, but I was definitely winning with those pawns on d5 and e5. But of course, black, solid for now.
Very much so. This is the best position that Ding has had all match long. I think there's no question about it. And, I'm sure he realizes it. Ultimately, evaluating this position isn't all that important. I think Ding knows he's got good chances. Whether he's clearly better or slightly better, I don't think that actually impacts his course of action, which I think is quite clear. Solidify the e5 pawn, try to engineer the trade of light squared bishops, and wait for tactical opportunities. I think as Nepo gets lower and lower on the clock, it's going to be particularly crucial for Ding to start testing the position for concrete tactics, whether they're d6 or e6 or something against black's minor pieces. And as we discuss, queen c3 is indeed on the board.
As expected. And now, again, it's back to Jan. I guess he plays rook de8 just because, nothing else. Again, same question as earlier. Process of elimination, nothing else sensible. Anish, you mentioned bishop g6, but I think not here, only when white's bishop moves, decides. And the game is going to take a slow pace. It's a bit of kind of guessing here and there, but very tense.
Pace until it explodes. So guys, if you have some time now, go to a nearest supermarket, buy yourself some popcorn, because you will use it later on today. Plenty of action ahead of us. Now slightly build-up phase of the game here.
Indeed. The build-up phase is well underway. Get your coffee, get your popcorn, because we are in for an amazing second half of this middle game. Folks, we will take a break, but before we do, we wanted to remind you that World Quant is an official partner of the Chess.com broadcast of the FIDE World Championship. They are a global firm that builds complex mathematical models to identify market inefficiencies. Now, World Quant Brain is bringing together its International Quant Championship and the chess community to hunt down the next generation of quant finance specialists, because nobody knows how to analyze a position better than a chess player, right? If you think you have what it takes, register for the International Quant Championship. Head over to go.chess.com/IQC, not XQC, IQC, or exclam IQC in the chat. Ladies and gentlemen, you're watching Game 4 of the 2023 World Championship match between Ding and Nepo. We will be back with more of this fascinating middle game on the other side of this break.
I do recommend Meetup to a lot of my friends that are looking for different things. Wine tasting, movies, book club, meet a lot of new people, a lot of new friends, and it will make you more social.
Introducing World Quant, the partner of the Champions Chess Tour and Chess.com. World Quant is a global firm in the field of quantitative asset management. If you don't know what that is, it's the job of building complex mathematical models that seek to identify market inefficiency. For 2023, World Quant Brain is bringing together its International Quant Championship and the award-winning Champions Chess Tour to hunt down the next generation of quant finance specialists.
It sounds very exciting. You put your skills in practice in a case competition where you get a real challenge. And I signed up.
World Quant is seeking new talent and new energy, and it's looking at the world of chess to help. Because nobody knows how to analyze a position better than a chess player, right? No quant experience? No problem. So, do you think you have what it takes to compete in the International Quant Championship? Sign up and be the next quant champion.
We're 2.5 hours into the 2023 FIDE World Championship between not Magnus Carlsen, but rather Ding Liren and Jan Nepomniachtchi, the world number 2 and world number 3 players. Grandmaster David Howell, Grandmaster Anish Giri, and Grandmaster David Howell chopping it up for you today. This is the 4th match game, and it is in a very complicated middle game. As Ding Liren ponders the ways in which to improve his position, let's talk about his opponent. Jan Nepomniachtchi is an incredible chess player with a long chess career. A couple of months ago, I sat down with Jan and asked him about his attitude as a chess player. Does he primarily view himself as an artist, as an athlete? How does Jan think of himself as a chess player? Let's listen in to world champion challenger Jan Nepomniachtchi.
I would happily be, let's say, an artist and play only for beauty prizes and so on, just for for entertaining of myself and of the audience. But the reality is such that if you want to win, you should be way more pragmatic when you want to, and that's also okay. Few years ago, this was like some new addition to my playing style, which probably helped me a little bit with my sporting with my results in the tournament. So yeah, I mean, for now, like when you come like for a tournament, let's say like we were here, like it was like Rapid and Blaze, it's like some now very strong round robin, but you still can consider like playing for some, if you find a nice idea, okay, why not to go for it? When you play for result, only for the result, it's different approach. So sadly, I'm a little bit envious to chess amateurs who can only play for pure enjoyment, yeah.
For themselves.
Yeah, for themselves. This is first of all a game, and for me, of course, then when we speak about achieving some goals, it's pretty much about the sport.
Well, Jan Nepomniachtchi has played plenty of brilliant games, and the second match game, his first world championship win, that is probably going to make its way into his memoirs, into his best game collection. Now the question is, will this game make its way into Ding's best game collection? Anish, I think we're all on the same page. We are fans of Anish Giri's position, of Ding Liren's position, and of White's pawns in the center. I'm always a fan of Anish Giri's position, but how does he convert his incredibly impressive pawn center into something specific?
Yes, while we were talking about choosing between bishop c2 and bishop f3, actually, I realized you can have maybe best of both worlds. So what about bishop f3 first? And then after bishop g6, maybe then bishop to d1. Rerouting to a4. At the same time doing so in a much more harmonious way, because now if you ever go queen g5, I have knight f3 directly. And your bishop on g6 is less well placed than it is on h5, so maybe a nice way to do things. So perhaps after bishop f3, maybe these lines where you get the bishops off the board, it's just very hard to assess these positions, well, the ones where you trade the bishops and the knight gets rerouted to d6. But yeah, I think the long-term factor of this e6 pawn, it has me liking White's position a lot. So yeah, I believe this is maybe the best way to play. Maybe bishop c2 is even more ambitious now. Perhaps that's what Ding is also contemplating. Also, bishop d1 is a very difficult move to spot. So
yeah, I don't think I'd see this in a game myself, Anish. Bishop d1, unless I was fixated on this idea of bishop c2 last move to kind of cut back and change angles now. This would be
bishop
really
g4 was
classy
also
stuff.
pretty, right? Bishop g4 was also quite a pretty move, wasn't it?
We didn't see any downsides to this one, if I recall correctly.
We did look for them, but I'm also not sure if there are. Just one question I had is maybe okay, let's just see why f6 is bad. Let me put it this way. Now the point being, wait, what was my point? The point was knight f3, f5, but actually I can just play e6 probably.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Maybe I can play okay, e6, maybe I can go knight b7. f6 is not so bad, yeah? Wow.
Makes some sense. And a bishop check gets blocked, I guess. Does it get blocked? I'm not sure.
Bishop f7, I think, is a must, right? You're not gonna
I was wondering about sacrificing, but
you're gonna sack?
Maybe it is a sacrifice. And here, okay, we have
So
options. At least
uncoordinated.
this knight is coming back at least in the near future. But it
Looks
feels
so
good for him.
uncoordinated. With the queen on h6, knight on a5, looks like something is going to happen very quickly. But maybe no, maybe rook e6, ef, rook f6, and knight c6. It's kind of okay. Well, it looks horrible, but...
White gets rook e7 just in time. You break through. Surely it's good for white.
Yeah, so what is the move there? Is there a move? When Peter was here, yes. Well, okay,
equal?
it looks pretty bad. Yeah, strange. Yeah, there's some...
Equal!
Biggest shock of the day, Danya. This position of
Equal!
all positions is equal. Wow.
Get me out of here, man.
5? Oh,
I
no,
missed the
5 is
60s.
Bishop.
Is it 5?
What?
It is a 5.
Wow.
It is a 5? Is
Take
it
this
equal?
pawn, get the knight back. We level material, so it makes some sense.
Well, of course, but just the circumstances. You have the queen and bishop stuck there, the knight stuck there. I currently have the pawn e6. The circumstances are very unfortunate for you, but maybe it's somehow I'm not able to exploit all that. And once you get rook e6, knight c6, of course, and bishop h5, of course you will be doing great. Maybe you just in time to get all that, yeah? Knight c6 now, maybe.
Ooh.
Oh, so knight f6, knight bishop h5. Oh, bishop h5 and queen e6. Maybe that's the idea. That's the idea.
Wow. What a regrouping.
Okay, it's unfindable, the stuff anyway, irrelevant completely as well. Let's talk about the beauty of chess, guys. What about beauty of chess? Do you think that because I had that thought, I don't know if it's a good thought, I'm still not sure, it was just a thought, that I think when something doesn't work and is beautiful, is no longer beautiful. Doesn't make any sense?
But it used to be beautiful, so I don't know.
But I think
disagree.
the beauty is because maybe I'm too much of a player, you know, of a practical professional player. But I feel the beauty has to work, because if you have a beautiful move that doesn't work, I mean, what makes a move beautiful is that it actually works. Or is that not right? You know, that's what I was wondering.
So this position to you is only beautiful with the white central pawns if Ding goes on to win it. Is that?
No, not if Ding goes on to win it. If it is actually good for white.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Whether Ding goes on to win, it also has to do with the Ding's conversion skills and all that stuff. So this we don't take into account. But let's say when you have a beautiful pawn center, but you are worse, something is not beautiful about it. You know what I mean?
I think beauty, like the closer you approach to scientific truth, the more beautiful something becomes. I would also add that, to me, beauty stems a lot from exclusivity. That's partially why I think some of the games from the 1800s, they're beautiful. The combinations are justified, but they can be overrated because in some of those positions, you know, white's already up a rook to begin with. There are 6 different wins. And the more wins that there are in a position, I think the less beautiful a particular combination is. When it's the only way to convert a particular position, I think that lends it a beauty of its own kind.
It's exactly my point. It's also what I feel. And when I saw indeed these beautiful, there are these 2 games, yeah, the Evergreen and the Immortal. And I always thought they were very beautiful. But recently, at some point, I had to give a lecture or something like that. So I looked up these games. I checked them with the modern computers, and I no longer found them beautiful because it was just wrong. Like there were a lot of mistakes. But maybe this is not the right way to think about it. But that's certainly how I feel, and I agree with Daniel that it is more beautiful when it works. And I would even go as far as to say that if it doesn't work, it's not beautiful.
Yeah, never check these games with engines, Anish. That's the moral of the story. Takes all the fun out of it.
Yeah, but there are many beautiful games that are actually also proven to be correct by the engine. For example, the games like the Alpha Zero, or some of the games like the one that Jan played against Ding that he won, it was not like overly spectacular. It was quite pretty, and all the combinations in the final rook takes g5 sacrifice, for example, the game 2 of the match. It was a beautiful sacrifice, and it also was strong. But yeah, you have also many queen sacrifices that are just not correct, but very beautiful. And then I wonder if they can also be called beautiful if they're not correct. But yeah, it's all you know, philosophy. I do hope that Ding will manage to play a beautiful game here today, because with these pawns on d5 and e5, there's definitely potential for something beautiful to eventually manifest itself.
Yeah, it's always, rare ideas, kind of unexpected ideas. They're always beautiful, and this is quite a rare idea, having white pawns on e5, d5, kind of cramping the whole black army. I haven't seen a kind of top-level game like this in a long time. But yeah, of course, it's a beautiful position, but that means nothing if he doesn't convert. And he's definitely mulling over one of these bishop moves, one of these bishop retreats, but maybe there's a big difference that we haven't stumbled across yet. It feels both were promising, if I'm not mistaken, both bishop c2 and bishop f3, all those lines we were looking at. Maybe he's just spoiled for choice. That's often when I spend the most time, at least when I have 2 or 3 promising options. I just can't choose between them.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe bishop c2 was more concrete, more kind of risky advantage, but bishop f3 felt very stable, potentially smaller advantage, but very long term. So stylistic thing, potentially.
I think the big difference, as you said, indeed, is the stylistic one. And especially after bishop c2, there is the possibility of queen g5, which then has to be met with bishop a4. And after c6, position gets very, very concrete. And after d takes c6, if black finds a good move here, black could be all right, because you, as white, have abandoned your beautiful pawn center. And maybe you will win because you have this nice pawn on c6, but maybe not. So that makes it quite different from bishop f3, because in bishop f3 I don't see any way for black to somehow disrupt this pawn center, and then bishop f3 is the most stable move. I think stylistically I would go for bishop f3, but the question is how much you like the position after, let's say, knight b7, bishop h5, queen h5, knight f3. Let's say you get this position. How much of an advantage do you think this is? Because if you don't think that this is very much, then of course you are looking for more. And then you have to compare this to the position after bishop c2, queen g5, bishop a4, c6, dc. And it's just, it's a matter of how you evaluate these two things and which one do you prefer to go for.
And it is Ding playing the game, so stylistically, which one do you think would suit him more? You mentioned that you're maybe more inclined towards the stable one, bishop f3, bishop c2. He's a good calculator, Ding. Do you think he's going to be looking that direction still? And he makes the decision.
I think he'll go bishop f3.
I don't know what move he'll play. I think bishop f3 is a pretty good choice. It's like you already watched
the classier. Yeah. It's the classier human move, because I think for a human it's impossible to judge the consequences of bishop a4, c6, because there are just too many. The tree of variation is too wide, and you have to make an intuitive call. And intuitively, the position is like the pieces are scattered all over the board. It's just very hard to assess. While here, you can be sure that you have a long. Let's see if he calls bishop g6 instantly, because he's about to make a move fast.
Could he have decided to take and go f6, or is that not something that you would play instantly?
I would play nothing instantly, but the way he sat down and the way he's still touching his pen.
g6? Nope,
knight b7. Knight b7. Okay. Yeah, bishop g6 was quite ugly because of bishop g4 and bishop d1. So I think knight b7 is the better move, and he probably came to that very conclusion. And now we're gonna get that interesting position actually. Also, black doesn't have to rush with f6, but I guess f6 is probably the only way to. Basically, is the only next move you have at this point, because you already brought the knight to b7. You have nowhere further to bring it. You have no other useful moves on the king side. They only weaken your position. So f6 is basically your only next move. And then after e6, knight d6, we get that position actually that I was earlier mentioning. And well, we'll see how that will play out. Very, very complicated position where there are some short-term factors like an extra pawn for black, but I think this long-term factor of protected passer on e6 should eventually dictate white's advantage. So.
Anish, question. You mentioned that black's next move by process of elimination is going to be f6, but what is white's next move? Do we rush? Do we take these bishops off just to create a square for the white knight? If white doesn't, then maybe knight d6 is on the radar, just because there is temporarily at least a pin on the e-file. Is there anything else white can try?
Oh, knight d6 indeed could be the next move for now. I actually was wondering, because I can take a knight f3, that's the latest approach. Like this is to clarify the position. But I was thinking after f6, here, by the way, ef6 maybe is possible in this particular position. But maybe it's, no, probably it's selling it too short. So probably e6 is what you do. And then after knight d6, I was wondering, maybe I'd rather have my knight on d2 because maybe I want knight e4. I'm not sure if I do, but I was thinking maybe I want to trade that knight. So then I was thinking that if I do want that, which is not a given, but let's assume I do, maybe I don't need to bring the knight to f3 just yet. And that's indeed also what he does. He goes rook e2 instead. Doesn't want to waste a tempo. And he says, if you take on f3, then I will recapture and gain some time on this. But does he allow knight d6 or not? That is the question. Doesn't he allow knight d6?
Knight in this position? Or when?
Or after trade? Or now? Or I don't know where.
Ooh,
maybe after trade?
The ominous question mark did appear, hinting that this is a mistake. Maybe there was better. I don't think it's a blunder.
No, but I mean, picky chess.com engine, I don't know, like so picky. I just checked the evaluation that it changed so little. Very picky, very strict coach there by chess.com. Okay, Ding, of course, playing at this stage of the World Championship match, so I understand the high expectations, but Rook e2 doesn't blunder anything, I think. So it's a possible move.
Yeah, and he's trying to reinforce his e5 pawn. My question was, if Black takes and goes knight d6, what Black's response going to be to rook a to e1? But again, Black could start with the move f6, so knight d6 is far from mandatory.
I had an idea of knight f5, knight d4, or knight h4, but I'm not sure if it's a good idea. So let's say bishop f3, knight f3, knight d6, rook a1.
Yep.
ed doesn't work, yeah? You checked that.
I think, yeah, that's the first thing I got excited for a second.
Yeah. No, I already... Wait, did you check that for sure? ed, rook e1, d7, rook d8, rook e1?
Yeah, takes and queen d6, I thought.
Queen e8, queen f8. Okay, you already calculated everything. Okay, fine. I trust you, of
Probably
course.
wrong.
No, you
so quick, Daniel.
I trust you. Yeah, and also you had king f8 and all sorts of moves. Yeah, no, this doesn't work, of course. Yes, so rook e1 instead. And now I thought knight f5.
I thought queen d3 maybe, just to force the knight to make a decision.
Yes, and what if I go to h4?
I thought takes
like
and d6.
I like the prospects of simplifying the position, but is it such a big deal? Maybe rook d7, maybe even. Is cd also losing is a question. Rook d7 I like. I want queen d8, indeed, rook e6.
That's a great
I
move.
feel if we trade a pair of knights, like in general, I would assume, before I had established my pawn on e6, yeah, I would assume that, Black is very close to solving the problems. But of course, if you are able to protect the e5 pawn enough, maybe you still have all the same advantages as you had before. But I like the hope that Black has here. I like the position with f6, e6, where my pawn on e6 is forever protected. I like that here Black has a hope of still attacking that e5 pawn. The hope that maybe you... Because here, okay, this is clear. Position clarified. You have this long-term issue. I just don't like it in general for Black, but maybe you'll survive. But this is like, let's say, okay, this is very clarified situation. If you don't go f6 and you just try to trade knights, I would have hope with Black that maybe I'll be able to, I will not have to suffer against this e6 pawn, but maybe I'll somehow attack the e5 pawn enough times and, I don't know, escape somehow.
Yeah, fascinating. So it feels like there's a definite juncture here. There's kind of a fork in the road. Either you take here and you get your knight active, for better or worse, maybe trying to trade off the white knight, or you kind of sit here with f6 and it's going to be a long grind. We're going to be sitting here for another 100 moves where white's trying to break the black fortress. So yeah, difficult decision for Jan. And we talked about stylistic approach. Which one do you think he's going to go for? Difficult question.
Well, I think in general, Jan doesn't want to face pawn on e6. I think he doesn't like these kind of pawns. I don't know a player who does. I think a very greedy player. Maybe Duda, let's say. Who is the greediest of all? Wesley? No. Yeah, Wesley, Duda. These are the greediest of the guys. Oh, well, he goes f6. But I wanted to say that I think at this point, he already... accepted the idea that and the fact that in this game, White got some beautiful position. White got this dominant pawn center, and in this game he has to play some ugly moves. He has to defend, and Jan, he's a objective player. He doesn't like it, but I think he thinks that at this point this is the best he has. So he does it, goes for it.
Yeah, feels to me as if this is one part of the game that he's really kind of matured in or added in the last 5-6 years only. And I used to play him quite a lot back when he was slightly lower rated, and he hated defending passively in any position. He'd rather kind of lash out and occasionally self-destruct than sitting passively. But here it feels like a very mature decision, just setting up this blockade, getting a good square for his knight. And it's definitely difficult to foresee how either side are going to improve in that position. As Anish mentioned, you would love to trade off this black knight now, which didn't seem likely just a few moves ago. It's coming into d6. It's going to sit on an outpost.
For sure.
Who would you prefer here, Daniel?
I mean, definitely my gut, my heart prefers white, but the silver lining to this kind of Wesley style defensive approach is that after knight d6, black can really potentially, you can envision a scenario where black channels his kingside pawn majority. Maybe in some future universe, g5 and h5 is not entirely out of the question with the e4 square controlled by black's knight. So I would argue that it isn't entirely a two-result game, particularly if at some point Ding overpresses. The second thought, and Anish, I definitely want your thoughts on the extent to which white has chances here, but rook a e1, I would imagine, should at least be calculated, trying to keep the e-file open.
Yes, then I just wanted to make one point as well to add to that. When this Omnius chess.com computer said that rook e2 is a mistake, I think one reason it could have been a mistake is that after f6, well, let's assume that e6 is a must, because rook e1 I'm skeptical about, just fe, and then you ruin your pawn structure tremendously with white. So let's assume e6 is a must. Now after e6, actually there is an interesting strategic decision that black can take, which I really like. That is keeping the bishops with bishop g6, because now I really don't see how white's going to achieve anything, because I'm going to play knight to d6. Whenever you go knight e4, I take with the bishop, of course. I keep that beautiful knight.
e6 on the board.
And I think if you keep the bishops, so I think instead of rook e2, maybe Ding had to trade on h5, queen h5, play knight f3, and then go for this position. Because the fact that the bishops are on the board, I think, is definitely to black's advantage in this particular case. After bishop g6, I would already think that maybe white should start running after bishop back. But of course, if you want to be more ambitious, then I wouldn't know how to do it, because I don't see white's idea now that the bishop on g6 prevents this move knight e4.
Anish, I'm not predicting the draw just because I don't want to jinx it, but if that happens, we're all going to be gutted, right? It's such a rich position, but if that's the best white can do, repeat moves, try and get the bishops off, Ding's going to be hating himself for that.
Yeah. I don't know. The pawn on e6, it's beautiful, but a4 can also be met with a5. I think some people might feel, oh, well, white has queenside pressure, no such luck. And again, I feel very much that if white stumbles on his own feed here and doesn't produce anything, eventually, bishop g6 to f5, and then suddenly black could start thinking about some sort of kingside expansion. So it's not like this is a game for two results. Anish, would you kind of agree with that? If that Ding could definitely potentially lose this if he doesn't produce anything?
Oh yeah. Actually, Jan didn't like this sophisticated approach with bishop g6, and I mean I peeked at the computer, so I don't think it's an obvious move at all, by no means. This bishop g6 idea was certainly very clever, but even now with the bishops being traded, it's certainly a position for 3 results. Now, of course, white has this long-term strength of the e6 pawn, but it is it doesn't guarantee you anything. It doesn't mean that you will win the game, because let's say in a potential endgame, if your c4 pawn falls, then d5 pawn might fall, then e6 pawn might fall. So it's not there forever. Also, black might just play around it, and maybe we'll get some opportunity on along the g file at some point. So of course there is a 3-result game here, and nobody is safe. I don't think Ding wants to be safe. I think he wants to win today. And a big question I have is also, okay, let's say I'll get knight e4 somewhere. If black will meet knight e4 with knight f5 at that point. Because I think I want that trade of knights. If I have it, I'm much better. This is what I would think. But if I don't manage that, then am I much better? That is my question.
Interesting that they're leaving the bishops on the board, and Jan yet again has this option of dropping back, and maybe even more promising than it was on the last move, because now it's going to be difficult for Ding to clarify things. And where's he going next? No pawn breaks for white. We always talk about pawn breaks as kind of the currency for opening positions, especially when you've got more space, more centralized pieces, as Ding does here. But I don't see it. I don't really see a plan for white after bishop g6. Really nice move you mentioned, Anish, on the last turn as well.
I think I still have bishop e4, in fact. I think I don't mind trading the knight for the bishop if it's the way around. I think I'll be happy to trade off your blockader.
Wow, knight f5 instantly. Wow.
Interesting move.
Whoa.
Question mark briefly appeared there.
Second, but takes in rook e4. I mean, I'd be very careful about leaving the f4 pawn unattended like that. I feel like Jan...
e5. Oh, queen f6, okay.
Yeah. Is he just trying to hustle on the clock? He played that so quickly, but it's such a committal move, and he had this more strategic option. Strange. Maybe he's getting optimistic about his chances.
I'm worried about the f4 pawn. That's all I'm going to say for now.
Yeah, maybe we can show this, Danya, why you're worried about this pawn, because you can attack it instantly, right? As you mentioned.
Yeah, bishop takes, queen takes, rook e4, and you cannot play g5 because f6 hangs. Now, you can defend it tactically with knight f5 to d4, but first of all, the positional exchange sack has to be very, very seriously evaluated, and those rooks have seen better days. So is this a little bit of Jan-esque impulsivity? That's going to be the question.
Oh, it certainly is, and you know, I was just trying to make sense of this position and see why the computer doesn't like knight f5, and it's actually beautiful here. The move is bishop to g4, the best move.
Wow.
And it's a wonderful move, because if you play knight d6 back, I now have knight e4. And remember earlier, I said that knight e4 can be met with knight e5. That no longer is the case. And that is a serious issue. And if you, instead of knight d6, go for d4, then oh, there's some beautiful stuff is awaiting you. With rook e4 and rook takes d4 potentially, sacrificing in exchange. Bishop g4, a very nice opportunity there. But Ding instead takes on h5, probably going for this rook e4 idea that you guys mentioned. But after rook e4, I think there's queen h6. And how bad is it?
Next move, g5 is now available.
Queen f3, g5, g3 maybe? h3 is hanging though.
Yeah.
Holds everything together for now. Jan instantly takes back this bishop, of course. I think we'll see rook e4. And it's so crazy to me that Jan played instantly knight f5, because after rook e4, retreating with the black queen, okay, it's on the board, retreating with the black queen now to defend f4. It's not obvious, it's not instinctive. And is this really his plan? Feels like he could have had this, but with a knight on d6. And okay, he's prevented any trade of knights for now, but surprising to me. Impulsive, I think, is the right word, Danya. Strange.
Yeah, just queen h6, is a move that would have to be very seriously evaluated, because white has all sorts of ways to intensify the pressure. Even the maneuver, knight d2, f1, h2, g4 has to be considered. Queen c3 to f3. You have to assess whether g7, g5 is a move that hurts or harms your position. So for Jan to do all of this intuitively, kind of alarms me, to be completely honest. And I'm very curious how he will defend the f4 pawn. And I do like queen h6 here. I think that might be the quote-unquote lesser evil. And knight d4, rook takes d4. The more I look at that, the more nasty that prospect seems.
I think this bishop g4 idea that pointed out earlier, I think that was a huge opportunity there actually, because I was really struggling to find the response for black. Whereas here after Queen H6, okay, of course it's still strange that Jan has allowed this, because there are some tempting options there, but I don't quite see what is wrong with black's position immediately. And if I get the rook to be sent back with knight d6 and then get my usual g5 play and all, I think it might be all right. I should also be careful with g5. Basically, I think what the position is kind of about, don't get me wrong, but I think it's mainly about black trying to dodge the knight trade. Because I think that if we get to trade knights, it's bad. And white might also be okay with opening some files, potentially even going g3 somewhere, or opening. Okay, Nia goes for queen h6. Now I don't know, like queen f3, g5. What is the follow up? Because I was into g3 move, and I was hoping for knight d6, gf4, some exchange sacrifice, which I don't know if it's correct, but it's definitely tempting.
Looks beautiful.
It looks beautiful, yes. But it's only beautiful if it works, remember? So so I'm not sure how beautiful that is. And g3 queen h3 is what I'm wondering about. Because in the endgame, so gf, I guess, the endgame, I'm not sure at all if I'm so happy. Again,
six is a move.
Yes, knight d6. And if I lose my c4 pawn, I'll lose my d5 pawn, I'll lose my e6 pawn. So I should be very careful.
Meanwhile, queen f3 is also on the board. The players have really picked up the pace, I've got to say. We're at move 28 already. And big decisions they're making just purely on instinct at this point. g5, we think forced. You have to keep your pawn. You have to suffer for something at least. And this is the big question for Ding. What after g5?
Cat is excited. Both players at the board making moves. Oh, look at that. Now we're talking. The players, they have... because previously the World Championship... everybody was always spoiled, Players were making moves at the board and everybody was complaining that the games are boring. But this edition, the players, they made people appreciate just the fact that they're there and that they're making some moves. And everybody is like, wow, there's some action. Moves are being made. They're sitting at the board. How exciting.
How things can change in the space of a few days. Oops.
Yes, and I'm trying to figure out what is that sequence that Ding has in mind after he's playing very quickly. It looks like he has something after g5 prepared. I'm just trying to understand what that is, because I want some beautiful exchange sacrifice, but I don't yet see where to sacrifice it. Because g3 queen h3 doesn't quite do it. Maybe he wants to go g4.
Yeah, I was thinking that too.
Wow, really? Looks so committal, giving away squares.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe try to trade the knights.
Taking away that f5 square, though, on the other hand. And after g5, g4, if you go for knight d6...
Oh,
what?
Whoa.
Wow.
Wait, the f4 pawn is not hanging? What's going on?
Whoa.
F4 pawn.
Whoa.
It's hanging, right?
No way!
You can also take this knight if you really want to.
Yes.
We were
Oh my god, he blundered! He forgot to play g5. I think that was just a finger feller. Or was it?
No, it was not. I think... how could... Okay, but I'm wondering, is queen f4 the punisher, or is rook d4 a much rougher one? Because rook d4, c4, knight to b3...
Oh gosh, that knight is getting in there.
c5.
We've got to put this on the board.
Rook e6, queen d5. It's just winning on the spot. D6. Oh.
Yep. And d7 is coming.
Wait, queen d5 first. It's completely winning. He missed knight b3. This is a beautiful exchange sacrifice, guys. That's what I was talking about. A beautiful exchange sacrifice incoming.
And Ding leaned in. He's going to play it. You can see how excited Ding is on the camera right now. Just give up the rook. The knight is way more important here.
If I may interrupt, even go ahead, just really quickly. Isn't queen takes f4 also good? I mean, why on earth would you allow any of this? And he's already taken.
Look, his hand was shaking. He almost... Did you see how he took the knight? His hand was shaking. He almost dropped the rook there.
And we saw it on the screen. Double exclamation mark move. A winning, brilliant move. Unexpected as well. And Ding, he's on fire right now. He's back in the zone. He's playing every move instantly, not doubting, not second guessing himself. Once that white knight comes in, it's going to be game over. That black queen's sidelined.
I have one question. So besides knight b3 being missed, obviously, because now it's completely dead lost. There's nothing to talk about. Knight takes d4, knight c6, it's all over. Isn't it just strategically bad, even if Jan didn't see knight b3? Suppose I go queen d3 and knight f3. Is that also not just very bad? So this is a positional blunder, a tactical blunder, and it feels like a deja vu because this was what was happening to Jan against Magnus Carlsen. Some outrageous, crazy blunders. And now we're back with another one. And why? I mean, g5 was okay, no? What was wrong with g5?
I hate to be a broken record, guys, but why would you, on earth, would you allow queen takes f4? Okay, you missed the specific move here.
Yes. Okay.
But g5 has no downside when you compare it to, I'm speechless right now. I'm totally speechless, David.
Yeah, it feels like he's self-destructed. Jan, as you mentioned, it feels like a repeat of 2021, the World Championship match, just making these very quick decisions without really calculating, maybe getting a bit excited. I'm not sure how to explain it, but this lack of consistency in this game, let alone in other matches, is going to come back and haunt Jan. G5, like you say, it's the first move that comes to mind. You protect a pawn, you're still a pawn up, the game goes on, you're relatively solid still. At least you consider it. You don't play a move like knight d4. There might have been two downsides to it, but you don't play it within, a minute or so by Jan? That's the type of decision that takes 10, 15 minutes.
Yes, and I have a good angle here on his ear, and it is a red, and I can tell you the red ears is one of the signs of blunders. My ear certainly also turned red right away when I blunder something, and he is talking to himself at this point. He realized he's blundered, and let's just show on the board why this is a blunder. Now, the knights in close position are much more valuable than they are in the open positions, and they are often more valuable than rooks, because without open files, rooks have nowhere to go, but the knights, they can jump all around all the closed routes. And here, with the knight coming to d4, there's also a very, very concrete problem. Knights coming to f5 and c6. This pawn on e6, supported by the d5 pawn, combined with the knight penetrating black's position. Black's rooks are worth nothing. They're stuck there. And black is collapsing completely. That knight on d6, the black had early on in the game, it was a vital piece. I would try to protect it at all costs. And in some of the positions where I had the rook on e4 and black had a knight on d6, I was even wondering if I'm not going to just leave my rook on d6 on e4 hanging and just let it be taken by the knight, because as I mentioned, let's just for example's sake, let's just go here. Let's make a few moves in the position that the analysis board. So
let's say white makes a move.
Yeah, knight d6. Let's say I play king h1, and I'm not sure if knight takes e4 improves black's position. Let's just knight or not. I mean, the bar doesn't. The bar is staying around the same, but just conceptually, I'm not sure if knight is worth more than the rook. But compared to this position, we have won the c5 pawn, which is a huge pawn, and the knight is already penetrating via d4 to where it belongs on c6. And this is a crazy blunder. And again, Danya has been trying to say it 10 times. We didn't stress it enough. f4 pawn was also hanging. So why which is also a question to me, like, isn't white better here? Queen f4, rook f4? It is also better for white, I guess. But I guess this is what he was kind of hoping for. Maybe it's rook d8 c6. Yeah, maybe this is what he was kind of hoping for. But rook d8 again, I can. If I take now and knight b3, then you have. Do you rook d4, cd, knight b3, c5 maybe, or
maybe c5, but still ugly for black. Look at these rooks.
Long-term dangerous.
Calculated carefully. Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy, and also because there was the option of going g5. Let's just show it instead of knight d4, g5. So what was wrong with g5? Because if g3, I have queen h3. Why so desperate? Why did he? What was he afraid of? Why the despair? Queen g4, I can meet with queen g6. Let's say. There's no. I'm trying to look for a reason for black to panic. I don't know what happened there. I guess he felt the pressure, and suddenly he had a brain sleep. Also, the players, by the way, accelerated. There was some weird nervous tension there for no reason. They were playing slow-paced game with a lot of thought, and suddenly they both accelerated. Did you notice that? You pointed it out, right, David?
Yeah. You've got to be sensitive to these moments as well. You can't get carried away and play at your opponent's pace. I mean, I'm a time trouble addict, and I notice that as soon as I kind of get under time pressure, as soon as I speed up, my opponents often copy my pace, and that's where they make a mistake because I'm the one dictating the pace of the game. And Ding definitely sped up with some decisions at some point, and Yan got carried away, maybe thinking momentum was on his side. Ding has been slow in the previous 3 games of the match. Maybe he sensed that kind of things were kind of back in that flow. But Ding's a different animal today, and Yan I think it wasn't on his radar, this exchange sacrifice at all. I think knight b3 obviously missed, but rook takes d4 in general is desirable for white, even if there was no knockout blow immediately. Yeah, it feels like just getting carried away in the moment, which is natural, but is going to cost him this game.
I had these instances, I can tell you, also, especially, I think what happened is, it happens to me sometimes as well. It's called the loss of concentration. That's what happens. You were under a lot of tension usually. What happens is usually I'm under a lot of tension from the opening, and then at some point there is this moment of relief. And I think Yan had that moment of relief where he brought the knight back to d6. He was about to stabilize his position. He had a few options. He could keep the bishops. He could not keep the bishops. And that's like, and then there comes a moment of relief, and you were under so much tension before that somehow you relax, lose concentration, and make a move without properly thinking about it. It's just a loss of concentration. That's what happened to him. Rationally, the move makes no sense. And I've made such mistakes before, and I think the fact that they speed up as well, something happened there, loss of concentration. And it's actually remarkable how quickly things change in a match. Like before, 2 moves before, we were thinking, poor Ding. Some people said he needs a doctor. We were talking about doctors, but now, I mean, Yan making a mistake like that, and we remember that match. Remember the flashbacks you were talking about constantly, the experience of the match. Now we have those flashbacks, and now it's Yan, I think, who might need a doctor. Yan, who should be complaining about potentially having some serious sleeping issues after this horrible blunder, and the match suddenly looks like it's completely different. And Ding, who potentially will be in the driver's seat, because this game is already pretty much over. There's nothing to talk about. It's tactically bad, but it's just positionally bad. You can defend your exchange with f5, knight d4, g6, knight c6, rook g7. Okay, you'll defend your exchange, but you're just positionally busted. The pawn on e6 combined with the knight. You can try to win this position quickly. You can try to win it slowly. You're just strategically winning.
I mean, it's the ease with which white executes the next couple of moves. It's what's so debilitating about it, is Nepo trying to generate some counterplay with g5, but this makes things even worse after knight takes d4. Folks, we talked about what a blunder is with Anish in the first round. This is what a blunder looks like. I said you will know when a blunder happens. It has just happened, and this is why a move that changes the eval from 0.5 to 0.1, that's not a blunder. This is a blunder.
Yeah, and what a blunder it is at a crucial point in the match. Yan defended so well. I was literally just about to praise him. If he had played g5 instead of jumping in with knight d4 earlier, allowing this exchange sacrifice, I was going to say he solved his problems almost effortlessly. He put his pieces on good squares, set up this blockade, really calm, kind of composed stuff. But how things change. And okay, he's found a way to not lose the exchange, as you pointed out, Anish.
But it was never about that.
Finish this off.
It was never about not losing the exchange, as we have discussed. It's just for white to penetrate here, and I really love this. It's a very tempting move. I don't know if it's a good one, but the move g4 is just screaming at me. This f5 square, I can gain access to it. So I thought g6 was the only way for black to. I mean, I think black is lost strategically, slowly but surely. But g6 would at least keep the f5 square in check. Here, this move g4 is just screaming at me, and I cannot stop looking at it. It looks so tempting.
Yeah, not worried about any counterplay for black. It's hard to imagine anything. Any open lines coming open for those rooks. Any other way? G4 feels committal.
Queen e4.
Looks beautiful, of course.
Queen e4. How about trading queens and knight f5? Well, I wouldn't do this. But I had a game actually similar to this against Badur Jabava, you could maybe even queen e4 and take and then g4. And because I'm thinking in an endgame, if I plant knight on f5, are you going to ever be able to avoid an eventual disaster? I could also start with g3 if you want, g3 gf.
You want to open the king side, makes a lot of sense. It's all about that one square, one outpost. Any other ways? I mean, I'm looking on the other side of the board. It looks greedy, but knight c6, if the black rook moves away, could go pawn hunting. I don't know if there's time for that. But,
It probably wins as well. I think at this point, it's only a question of how you win it. I don't think you can spoil this position at this point.
Wow. Domination, knight over rook in these positions.
But after
Straight
g4,
into the textbook.
Yeah, no, but I was just wondering, when you mentioned like after g4, how do you try to generate counterplay? You mean h5 or?
Yeah, let's jump into the board. Let's try and figure out how Ding can go for it in the most brutal way. I was looking at h5. I guess you can just take that pawn.
Yeah, I'm going to take and play queen g4.
Yeah, originally I was thinking, okay, knight f5, at least I could swing my rook across and hope, but still nothing's ever happening there.
Tell me, yes, after knight f5, rook h7 just for fun. Can you tell me what your next move will be? Just out of curiosity there.
It's going to be rook h8, queen h7, and still pretend.
Okay. And then AG, queen h2, forcing a lost endgame, probably. Okay, that's possible.
Exactly. That's the dream.
Nice idea. Oh yeah, look at how he made it. Look at how he made it.
Man.
Ding afterwards, I feel much better.
Nice.
If you want to hear a sad line, a really sad line, I thought maybe rook e7 to d7. Let's try to activate the rook. He takes d7. And after rook e1, king h2, I challenge you to stop my pawn, Mr. Nepo.
Yeah, no. Rook e8, knight c6, just
Oh, no. Yeah. You're not even going to take it. Or even queen d3. No, queen d3 is bad, sorry.
Queen d3, yeah. Okay, rook d8. Yeah. No, but it's it's a g4, yes. It's
yeah.
Brutal stuff.
This looks like game over. He's going to play en passant just to delay the inevitable, to delay the knight coming in.
FG. This is so ugly. Knight is coming anyway.
You could even play knight f5 immediately, but yeah, of course you take back the pawn and plant the knight in. Do we think he's going to resign in the near future?
He's getting up. And spinning back down.
He's positionally lost. So what will happen is after FG, he'll play h5. I'll play knight f5. He'll play rook h7. I'll play, let's say, queen d3. And there's just nothing you can do. Nothing you can do. You'll play king h8, let's say. And I can just play whatever I want. It's not so easy to win it on the spot, because d6 doesn't quite win. And I cannot push the d pawn quickly. But there's just zero moves you have. And what's really important here is that I have an exchange more, but there's not an open file for your rook as black. And so this is just a complete disaster, and Ding will just eventually win it. How is just a matter of taste.
It is indeed. Well, knight f5 is how he's going to start. I mean, that's a move you make automatically, David. Then you think, right? You just go knight f5. Okay, then maybe g4, solidifying the knight. I would already start looking at d6, but the last thing you want to do is play a move like d6 unless it's very seriously considered and unless you've calculated it to the end.
Yeah, no rush at all. He's controlled everything. Black can barely even pass at this point. And okay, he moves his rook, Jan. But I like Anish's move. Just get the white queen out of the way. Any black pawn pushes can be dodged. It's just going to stay locked up forever, and you can win at will at your own pace. Still 25 minutes on the clock as well, so Ding's going to be enjoying his position. Jan can barely kind of force himself to look at the board at this point.
You know what's your problem? I mean, you have 1 million problems with black, but you know what's your biggest problem here? Okay, it's not the biggest. What is the saddest problem that black has here? Let me put it this way. The saddest problem for black is that in order for the black queen to even look out the window, if you know what I mean, like even if you go g4 and I go 8, let's play queen d3, g4, h4, let's say. You try to create some open files for the diagonals for the queen. You cannot play queen h6 ever. So your queen, the only way for it to take a look at something is to go king h8 and then queen g8 and then probably queen f8. But yeah, this is so incredibly sad. And Black's completely busted here. And yeah, it's such a pleasure for Ding. I mean, it's really amazing. You're playing a World Championship match, and you have this position which looks like position from a simultaneous exhibition. You know, it's. I mean, I don't know how much I would give for having this position at the World Championship match. That is such a pleasure.
Yeah, Ding couldn't have dreamed it better. And
I mean, it's better than any doctor. When you play a game like that, it's like swallowing 5,000 pills against your depression or whatever you have. I mean, this is it. You're back.
A prescription for a knight on f5 and a pawn on e6. I was thinking of d6, c takes d6, and then e7, and stick a queen on c6. That might be totally unnecessary. I think that does win, because once the queen lands on c6, that's it. Black's position is like frozen like Pompeii. Like none of the pieces can move.
Yeah, you are trying to win by force, which is my weakness. My weakness is that in a position like this, I so much love it that sometimes I forget that I have to win it. I forget that. Yeah, and you are right. Maybe it's time to win it. But I don't know. D6 is. I would never play D6. I mean, giving Black some hope of something. I mean, I would first sit on this position for 10 moves and then try to get D6 in the best possible version. Yeah, it's of course you are right in that at some point actually these positions you have to probably. This one you really don't have to rush. You can win it whatever you want, but at some point you should probably win it because it's all nice. But okay, you know, people have to move on with their lives, and at some point you have to end this game. I would start with a move like Queen E4. You can also start with E7 before you go for D6. I mean, even like first you can play A4, King G2, Rook E2, whatever you want, and then maybe somewhere you can break through with E7, D6.
Yeah. Anish, you were philosophizing about the definition of beauty, I think, or chess beauty. If we have a chess dictionary, you just need to print out this position and put it in there, and that's pretty much, just too beautiful, and it definitely works. You don't need to rush. Just depends on how sadistic Ding is feeling right now. He looks focused. He probably wants to finish it off as quickly as possible.
He actually wants to win. Yeah, that's it might be a problem that he wants to win, but okay, he will probably manage. Because you don't have to be stressed about it. I think position should win itself, to be honest. And I think that easier is to just play Queen D3 or Queen E4. Because I think if you try this D6 business, let's see, is it for sure? Is it clear cut?
Well,
because I think this is how this is how it could go wrong. Like you go D6 in the wrong moment, and then somehow you misconvert it.
Yeah, I mean, my idea was to play D6, CD, E7, and then just pre-move basically Queen C6. But conceptually, I totally agree that this might, that this involves more concrete calculation.
Yeah, probably this is how chess should be played. D6, CD, E7. I give it to you. Yeah, I'm just too much of I like sitting on my position, especially when it's so good. But probably this is better. Yeah.
Any counterplay here? G4.
D5 check, I guess, or
check. I'll move.
Okay, I have the urge to go H4. I have the urge to go H4 always. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Okay, thank you. We are in agreement here. Yeah. And again, this knight on F5 dominates, and the pawn on H4 they dominate the queen. There's not a single square it can go to.
Yeah, control.
Queen F7, guys. Queen F7, guys. Please rule by Rook E6.
Oh yeah.
Paralyzed completely.
And then you bring the king in. And
if you want, you bring whatever you want, or you can take knight D6 or whatever you want. It's up to you how you prefer to win.
Yeah, so he might well go for D6.
He might. Would really go Queen E4 and E7 first, probably, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
Queen
just to point
E4,
out Queen E4.
King H8 and E7, isn't that also like extremely clean? So King H8 only move, probably E7, yeah. Is this not very clean? And what do you do? And then I can go D6.
Everything's clean at this point, Anish. That's the problem, right?
Oh, it's overwhelming. I mean, just yes. This is all by winning by force. Also, I think it's completely overwhelming. Next Queen E6. I mean, just that the fact that after G4, H4, you cannot play Queen G5 even. Like I've never seen a position this winning at this level. Well, I'm exaggerating, but at the World Championship, like this, is so winning. It's just disturbing how winning this is.
Mm-hmm.
Queen F7, D6, CD, knight D6 will collect a full rook.
Not even close.
Exactly. I also don't need knight d6. After d6 cd, okay, after queen f7, you didn't create a queen f7. Okay, let's not play d6. You don't have a threat. You cannot create it. Even if I give you 20 moves, you have no way to regroup to somehow create a threat. You have
Ray
just
minds
no.
think
there's
alike.
Yeah, queen e4 on the board, as you predicted, Anish.
Over this position, if you look at it, actually, the fact that after e7 you have no way to ever attack me and do anything, there is just, you can indeed just go like rook e2 and bring the king to a4 or whatever, like if you want. You can win the position if you want. You can go rook e2, bring the king to b3, and then go like c5, bc, king c4, and win it with the king if you want.
Oh my gosh.
Like if you're really
Nepo.
savage, like if you...
Nepo's in the rest area. I mean, at this point, I'm not going to speculate. I think it's time to get back to the board and do something that starts with an R pretty soon.
Regret your decisions, but also resign the game.
Smooth.
Wow.
Yeah.
Poor Jan.
Yeah. And we've all been there, right? We've all blundered like this. We've all kind of taken our eye off the ball just for a second, and then it's suddenly too late. Chess is cruel like that, but it will be about how he recovers. Maybe it's a good thing, just like for Ding, losing the last game, there was a rest day immediately afterwards. Jan, after this devastating defeat, he will get tomorrow to reset and recharge and go again with white.
I think, look, for Ding, it's like upwards. It started at the bottom with the need for doctor, and it's upwards, ending with the medicine, knight on e5, pawn on e6. While for Jan, it is literally from all the way up to really, really. I think the psychological situation in the match is just so reversed. It is so difficult to be Jan right now, and he has history of struggling, struggling to put these kind of things behind him. And he knows that Ding he knows he was there at the press conferences, right? When Ding was complaining. He knows the entire situation. He knows that Ding is back. He knows that he's given the lead, given up the lead now. So whoever you are, you would feel devastated as Jan. But especially given his history, like I would project Ding to be like a massive favorite in the match after this game. I would give him like 80% chance or something like that.
Wow.
And it would have been the inverse, right? 2 days ago, Anish. Maybe
it was 70-30,
yeah.
I think. I think it was 70-30 for Jan. But like situation looks so good for Ding. Okay, I mean, you shouldn't exaggerate in the sense that the score is still even. This is the only thing that Jan has going for him, that actually the score is still even. But the situation is so much better for Ding now. And also today's opening, by the way, Jan was really not into the details. That is also a very disappointing sign for Jan fans, because Ding played something that's been played recently. Tabatabai played it against me and against Fabiano. 2 recent games, high-level games, 2023, very recent. Computer says the position is equal, so very critical position from the opening that you shouldn't really be aware of. And he was not into the details. He gave white some advantage from the opening. That is also a worrying sign somewhat. So yeah, definitely looking good for Ding right now. And in this game, I think Jan is basically, he cannot resign yet, because of course you have to lose the position on the board. You cannot just give up before white converts it. But essentially it is completely over, totally over.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just upsetting for Jan, especially because it's not like you committed a blunder in a complex position that could have gone either way. It could have gone either way, but I think if he had played g5, we were not enthralled with white's winning chances there. Black was up a pawn. He had maybe the best position he had that entire middle game. So, I mean, crazy how the narrative shifts just in one small moment, one tiny move, one decision to play impulsively, boom. We're having a completely different conversation than if Jan would have played g5. And e7 is on the board, and resignation becoming more and more common with every move.
Yeah, Jan did give Ding a bit of a kind of side eye after that last move, saying, okay, are you really going to try and kill me now? Why didn't you wait? Why didn't you build up? But
I think he didn't realize, there was also my first instinct that I wanted to keep the pawn on e6. I think Jan is about to find out now, about to discover as he goes deeper into the position, that he still cannot generate a threat, ever. And I think that his original, like he thought he was dead lost, and he thought, okay, e7 is a strange way to convert. But now he'll realize that e7 is only cleaner than anything, because you have no way to now you don't even have queen g8, queen f8 that I was talking about. So now you literally have no move for the next million moves. And now white has just complete freedom in this position. Just no moves. And actually, the deeper you go into the position as black, the more you realize that you know there's this game. There's this kind of game where you have these blocks and you can move them around, you know, in like to place them in certain order. And so you can do the same with the queen, the rook, and the king. You can kind of keep moving them in the block, like queen g8, rook f7, queen h7, queen g6, king g8, rook h7, rook h8. You can keep like moving them around, but they can never get out of there. This is all you can do. Like you're stuck in this small between this small. It reminds me of this
Tetris,
game.
Is that? Yeah, maybe Tetris. Or maybe another game.
No, not Tetris.
Not a fun one.
There's this game where with the finger you move around these little blocks. There's like 16 blocks, 4x4. I think there's some video of Bobby Fischer even playing it on some TV show. Yeah, but it's just really bad, basically. This game is not chess, and the chess should not be played this way. It's absolutely resignable.
No, not Jenga. Jenga is where you remove the blocks and try to maintain the
whole
guys,
structure. Look, it's a 4x4 grid. There are 15 blocks, one empty square, and you have to place them in an order. So 1, 2, 3, 4 until 15. And they're scattered in a different order. And you can try to move them, like using the empty square, in a way that first here comes 1, then 2, then 3, then 4. You know, this you don't know this toy? It's a very nice little puzzle. I have it for my son also. It's a nice puzzle. You don't have?
Sounds like a mix between Sudoku and like a Rubik's Cube or something.
No, but it's a thing. It has a name. It's a big thing.
2048,
Chad, help me out
apparently.
there.
Chad is saying 2048.
No, 2048 is not that. That's where you. No, this is another. It's not. It's a physical game. It's a physical puzzle. It's not a digital game. These are 15 blocks with one empty square. Oh, Chad doesn't know. This Chad playing this Valorant and all kinds of nonsense instead of this good game.
We're not as educated or refined as you, Anish. That's
no, but I played it as a kid. Slider puzzle. Slider puzzle. Maybe it's called slider. Let me Google slider puzzle.
Well spent youth, clearly, Anish.
Slider puzzle.
Preparing for this one moment.
Slider puzzle. Slider puzzle is what Google comes up with. Yeah, this is the game. Okay, I mean, if we have a producer who can pull up that game, that would be really nice, because I feel insulted, you know, no one knows this game. But this is what Black's right corner there looks like, for sure. Sliding.
What a depressing position. I am a late resigner. I will fully admit that, but I remember I had a game like this against Wesley 6 or 7 years ago. Exactly the same scenario. You had a knight dominating over the whole board, and I uncharacteristically resigned in around this moment, where normally I would play 4 or 5 moves, but you know, against someone like Wesley or Ding, you just literally know that there's no universe in which I would possibly mess up this position, so I resigned.
16 minutes as well. The time control is imminent. We're only 4 moves away from move 40. Does Jan really want to sit there, let Ding take the extra time and enjoy the moment? What would you do, Anish? Resign early, get out of there, or keep the pain going?
Yeah, I mean, move 40, move 50, move 60. We can do it as long as you want. This is not the point here. I can sit on this position for 10 moves. We'll reach move 40. I can make 20 moves, we'll reach move 60. But the problem is that at some point I will play d6. I mean, that idea of bringing the king to the queen side is actually also a legitimate way to win it. Okay, Jan slides the queen from g6 to f7. Yeah,
d6 resigns is what's going to happen.
He wants to allow him a chance to win by force. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, d6 win and resign. Yeah, that's possible. Yeah, because you don't want to suffer as black as well. Yeah, why to suffer?
If you were Ding here, would you make a big statement by just playing like king h2, king g2, just kind of sit and smile at the opponent, or do you just want to get the job done? Do you go for the kill immediately? I know which Ding will do, because he's a very professional, very kind of results-focused player.
I
but
think
if it were me, I couldn't resist the temptation to just play a quiet move.
I think when stakes are this high, I would go for a direct win, because you somehow don't want this 0.001% scenario of that where you somehow in some miraculous way don't win it somehow. So you want the game to end as well because the stakes are just very high. But of course, if this would be a game in a simultaneous exhibition or something of that nature where the stakes are a bit less high and it's more about joy than about the result, I would certainly love this position. It was an absolutely beautiful one. But Ding, of course, Ding is also his body language in general. He's taking this game seriously. He thinks about position. He tries to really be accurate. So within that context, you go d6.
Yeah, and he'll most likely play it quite quickly. He's definitely calculated to the end of the game here. d6, you win a piece. You emerge with an extra knight, and game over. Wow, what a game! What a game! What a day it's been so far. The English opening, unbeatable.
The English come to rescue. That's
the Dinglish.
Oh, walked into that one, Danya.
It's that time of the day, 3.5 hours in. We're waiting for Ding to perform the inevitable. This is the time to bring out the, D- level puns. The
Ding minus.
Okay. Oh. No. That would not make it into the literary.
Yes, are you done or you keep going?
Edgar. No, I was going to reference a lot of authors would be proud of this one, including Edgar Allan Nepo. But now I'm done.
How long have you been sitting on that one, Danya?
Oh, Edgar Allan Nepo.
Years and years and so centuries. Centuries.
So bad. Oh my god.
Yeah. Ding. He's leaning back. He's enjoying this. I think he's also asking himself that decision. Would it strike a psychological blow to the opponent in a World Championship match to just kind of assert your authority by not even moving in for the kill yet? Or do you just get the job done?
Yeah, it's giving the photographers the opportunity to take a nice picture of him winning this game. So he lean back there, in his most photogenic approach to appear, as a big boss. So he leaned back, put his hand there on his face. So I think, he's done posing now, and it's time to finish it off. I wish he would have won it more slowly because I really appreciate beauty in chess. So I would have loved for him to do it the most beautiful way, which involves just not moving for 100 moves. But I think that, of course, yes, if we are talking serious now, it's professional to end the game with d6.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, d6, we'll see a capture. Even there, you don't need to rush with white. But, of course, that takes d6, wins on the spot.
Queen e7, knight e8, and okay, you can make one active move with the queen, but you are down a full knight, like queen a3 or something, but it's just so far away from... It's not even close. I think it's resignable, actually, after d6.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Queen g8 also is a move after knight takes d6, but there, I think the white queen could make it to d7 via b7, or one of, a million other
this
wins,
is his idea. Yeah, this is probably his idea with black, to go queen g8.
Maybe this is what has made Ding
okay.
pause.
So maybe this is actually not even that clean with white, or you take. How do you reach to d7?
I think
queen b7, yeah? Queen b7.
Queen g8, okay. Queen g8, queen b7 immediately.
Queen b7, queen d7. Okay. That's clean. Yeah. Queen b7, queen d7. Very nice, yeah.
And
knight e8 probably also wins, and queen e6 and rook d1 or something after king g7. But no, you are right. This queen b7 is a very nice way to get to d7.
Yeah. Ding is about to make a move. We'll show this on the board in a moment. Let's just see what he plays first.
Yeah, we don't need to. If there was one win, we would have to show it, but there are so many that Ding will show it, actually. This is what
exactly.
Ding will show us the win.
Nepo he's done with this game. He has had enough. He's going to go queen g8, I think. And after queen b7, he might resign.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Why the rush? Okay, that's fine. I wanted to win it like that with queen e6, but why the rush, Ding? Why did you take so fast?
Yeah. Doesn't spoil anything, but at least now has to be slightly accurate.
No, but this is the win that I saw. It's completely winning, right? There's nothing to...
Nope.
Queen b7 was...
Queen takes f7.
Prettier. Queen b7 was prettier, but it was actually not easy, Dania. I didn't see that move. It's a nice one by you, Queen b7. Very elegant.
King G7.
D1.
How do we finish this?
Rook D1. I think Rook D1.
And then King G6.
Oh, wait a second. Queen H6. Okay.
Oh my gosh! Wait a second.
Wait, Rook D8. Rook D. Wait, sorry, Queen E7. Okay.
What about
okay?
Rook F1 first, Rook H6, and then Rook D1.
Oh, nice. Very
Very
professional.
F5.
But Danny, after Rook D1, King G6, Rook D7, how is Black ever moving? Like, I can also play that, and then like G4, Queen F5, and
he ain't.
Yeah, I mean, I can also just do that and somehow slowly.
Should we jump into the live board, or should we let Ding show the way?
We can let Ding show the way. I don't think we should analyze this. There are many wins, and Ding just needs to show one. And Daniel's Rook F1, Rook D1 suggestion, that is clinical. Clinical. You said F5 then, yeah? Or which one bothered you?
I think F5 has to be tried, but even Queen takes
Queen
F5.
Even yes, and Rook D7 if you want, yes.
How about
also
White?
Queen E5 first.
White could also play Rook F1, Rook H6, and just Rook F5, and then just sit.
Yeah. I mean, it remains like you still, even here, you still have a choice of finishing it off by force or not by force. And after Rook F1, Rook H6, Rook D1, F5, I think the most accurate is to give Queen E5 check. I mean, the most forcing. This wins on the spot.
He's going for
he
it.
Finds Rook F1. Yeah. He plays the most accurate.
Yeah.
And here comes the handshake, I think. Not yet.
Yeah, 2 more moves. I think Rook D1 and 5 Queen E5 is where the handshake will be appropriate. Yeah.
Yeah, these heavy pieces, these heavy piece endgames are difficult to defend at the best of times, but when your opponent's pawn is on E7 and you're completely paralyzed, it's definitely hopeless. Bunch of ways to win this one. I think he's found the most clinical, most prosaic at least.
At this point, there are very few ways not to win this one. That's how I would put it. Like every move wins, and there are only a few ways in which you can somehow miraculously spoil it. I don't think it's a question of like the wins. There are like plenty, forced, unforced, all kinds of wins, all sorts of tastes, and Ding will just show us one of them. I would give a check because I like checks. To win with checks, when you give a check, there is a limited options the opponent has, so you can calculate everything to the end. When you don't give a check, you leave some room for some move that you might have missed.
Checks, captures, and threats. That's why we're taught when we're young that the most forcing moves. Queen E5 check looks cleanest. How wide is the margin of error here? Queen takes F5, Queen E5. Are those the only 2 winning moves, or only 2 immediately winning moves that we're looking at right now?
Even Queen E3 probably keeps a winning advantage, but I would actually take on F5. I don't know. I like the prospect of snapping off 2 of those pawns just so you have that in reserve. But it's a matter of taste at this point. Queen E5, King F7, Queen F5, and Rook F6, Queen H7 sends the king on a little walk.
Very nice. And Queen takes E7, Rook D7, of course. Yeah, he's just picking the easiest path now. And yeah, in the featured chat, there's a question: why does Jan choose to suffer? I guess he's just asking one final question, right?
Well, I that for sure, and I think also once you stop the clock and get up, like you have to start interacting with people. While you're in the game, you still have that intimacy of yourself. And sometimes you want to get used to the idea of losing while you're still alone with yourself during a game. That's what I feel sometimes. So maybe it's a bit of that.
Yeah, I've been there myself. After blundering, often I just sit there, kind of hands in head, just trying to block out the outside world, not have any eyeballs on, trying to dodge.
Get used to the idea that you lost, and once you get a little bit more used to it, you can resign, get up from the board, and then people will come to you. There's press conference, they will talk to you. You have to act like you are a normal human being and all that stuff. Very unpleasant stuff. But yeah.
Is there a chance that Nepo resigns on Ding's turn? Because I think I've done that once where move 40 is made and my opponent is an hour and I'm not in the mood anymore. 3 or 4 minutes pass and I've had enough.
Yeah.
wouldn't be out of character for him to do that. He clearly looks like he's ready to get out of there now, maybe having come to terms with the result with the blunder earlier. But he'll wait for Ding to play, I think, queen e5 check or queen takes f5, and then we'll see him.
Yeah, I think the line there's actually a line, I guess, that they are that goes like queen e5, king f7, queen f5, rook f6, queen h7, king e6.
Should we put this on the board just while Ding
No, that's not. You think we need?
Okay.
Let's do it.
Might as well, you know.
Okay,
Might as
let's
well.
do it. Yeah, this is like the only way for black to not lose. How to say? To not immediately lose on the spot. But this is yeah, you can win this slowly. You can win this quickly. Probably there is a forced win here, I suspect.
How would you try and win this, Anish?
I don't see a forced win, meaning that I think everything wins. Like, I don't think you have a next move. But I don't see a move that ends the game directly. Do you see one?
Yeah, we're heading in this direction.
Yeah,
heading
yeah,
in this
I think we
direction.
are.
Queen e5 check played, king f7, and queen takes f5.
Maybe queen d5 instead of maybe queen d5 here is the most queen d5 the most forcing if I want to rush my
king g6.
Yeah, no, I thought queen d8. You go king f7 back, and then I can play rook e1. But this is actually not at all clean, not at all.
Poor Jan, look at
I mean,
the camera.
the thing is, we are not really struggling to find the win because like it's all winning. It's already a win. But the finishing move, yeah, the one that forces resignation. Let's see if you just need to create a threat.
Start chasing the black king forward as well in certain variations after rook d8. And,
yeah, I can make a move like rook d5 as well. Like I imagine rook d5 is completely winning. I could see myself if I don't see like if I play like a blitz or bullet game and I don't see the win. I now would go rook d5 at this stage just to make a move, and then I think I can collect on g5 if I want at some point. And
yeah, Ding has calculated this till the end, you would think, before going into this line. He's so good at that. These linear variations.
Yes. You can even, like you mentioned, chase the king. I guess rook e1 first and then queen e4. That is also very tempting. Queen e4 and rook e1. Also, like queen e4 check, king f7, rook e1. That okay, it's a slow way to win, but it's also a dominant one.
And Jan is purely reacting to each move. Pretty much everything is forced now. And it's likely to stay that way till the end. Yeah, it's... Sorry, go on, Daniel.
Jan's stamina just to not resign this. I mean, it's just pure agony at this point.
Yeah, but at the same time, okay, you're already here. Like, you might as well wait for Ding to show it, yeah? You know what I mean? Like, but there isn't actually there isn't that forced. It's just a win, yeah. Every move, queen e4, rook e1, queen e4, queen g7, rook d5, everything. You need like 1-2 unforcing moves, and then the forcing one will come. But there is no like rook d8 is the forcing move now, but rook d8, queen e7, I think there is no direct win there. This is not what you want to do. So instead, yes, I don't know which one looks more winning. I think the computer gives them all as +7. There is not one that does check mate. This such doesn't exist. But yeah, rook d5, rook e1. I don't know, whatever you prefer.
Yeah.
Because
sorry, go on, Anish.
That we are up upon is not the main thing. The main thing is that black king is chronically weak, white king is extremely safe, and black queen on e8 is stuck without any moves. And even if you give black, some time, still position is dead lost. So it's just kind of a lost position, yeah. It's you don't need to force a win here. So it's understandable that Ding is choosing, but it's also understandable Jan doesn't resign because he still stands with the queen on e8, so he waits for Ding to convert.
Yeah, this is the best position Jan's had since the blunder, it feels like. And maybe there'll be an inkling, just a little hint of frustration for Ding if he can't kind of find that knockout blow immediately. And then he'll recompose and find the win, but he just needs to do it slow and steady now.
But I don't think he's like... This position is unsavable beyond like ever, and I don't think Ding is annoyed. I think the conversion is going quite fine in a way. Like he's converted he basically won back the exchange, won a pawn, and he kept his main trump, which is the passed e-pawn. I think the conversion is going fine. There's no need to be frustrated. I think he just he doesn't see a forced win, and he has a choice between a few moves that all look equally winning. So he's just double checking, triple check. Also, he just reached time control, so he has like an hour, yeah?
Yeah, they reached the time control quite a while ago, actually. This is move 45 now.
Rook d5.
46.
I bet on rook d5.
I think he's enjoying it. Queen g7, which is one of like 8,000 possible winning moves. Black is basically in Zugzwang.
And he created a threat. Actually, it makes sense. He created a threat. His threat is rook e1 check.
Oh, yeah.
It's a forcing. It's actually a reasonably forcing move. Yeah, he wanted to. And I like rook f7, for example. Rook f7, queen g6 check is a nice one to show.
Yeah,
it's a nice mate there on d6.
Yeah, let's put this on the board. Rook f7, queen g6, and checkmate's incoming. If you move up the board, you're going to be mated immediately. Rook d5, and if you take this pawn, checkmate as well.
Yeah, it's
beautiful
nice
stuff, Anish. Beautiful.
Yeah, and, or rook f5, queen h6.
Yeah. Multiple wins. It's always to do in the end with this this pin, this skewer, whatever you call it. It's decisive. And yeah, how do you even move here?
Yes, anything. And rook g6. I have queen.
Queen f8, rook j, queen takes g8.
Oh, and rook d8. Nasty.
Oh, this is showing off.
This is very nasty.
It's easier stuff than this, but good enough.
No, but this is the nicest. By far the nicest.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, but guys, this is a huge news here. Huge news for us. There's epic matching coming.
Yeah. Wow. This one is over. Queen g7. Nice final touch. And yeah, I just don't see Jan continuing past this point. Queen g7 was enough. He does play one more move. Let's go back to the live board.
Oh, this Ding will do your thing, Daniel. Ding will do your... Because this is the most forcing one of all. I didn't see a forced win actually here. This is the most forcing one of all. Nice one. He will do it. Epic.
I mean, the thing is, you can go queen f8, rook g8, and there you could go rook d8.
Ah, rook d8. Okay.
That also is.
Rook f8, ef knight. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
just
that
for
does
fun.
win.
Just for fun. Just for fun.
Wow.
You can ef queen, but ef knight is just for fun. Yeah, rook d8 is very, very winning after queen f8. But I like this queen takes g8 idea. Very pretty. Surprising win.
Mm-hmm. Which one is he going to go for?
This is a basic betty here.
He will go for queen f8 and then rook d8 or queen g8 because this is the forcing way to do it. And he has it at this point and he can calculate very well. So he will find it.
Mm-hmm.
He's enjoying himself. Look at it. He's enjoying himself. Hands around his head. Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. He could calculate this with 1 minute on his clock, but he's got 1 whole hour. So queen f8. Yeah. Jan. Poor Jan. Not even looking at the board anymore. Queen f8. And that might be it. He might... I mean, we keep asking this question every move. He might just play on, allow the beautiful finish.
No.
There he goes.
No. And there we go. Handshake. Ding wins.
Wow. Wow. Ding has leveled the score with a victory. Now he's lost with the white pieces in game 2 and comes back, wins with the white pieces in game 4. And the story of the game is knight to d4. That will be the move in Nepo's nightmares tonight.
Yeah. Knight move, causing the nightmares. Ding is back. We said it yesterday, Anish. Whisper it quietly. You said don't put it in capital letters, but I think we can safely put in capital letters now that
definitely
Ding is indeed back.
Definitely. And, we were talking yesterday or the last few days about, like, will Ding fight back or will it be one-sided match? I have a different question now. Will Jan fight back or will it be one-sided match? It looks, diametrically opposite now. Now it's really looking very, very bad for Jan. This blunder reminds us of the collapse he had against Magnus. It was an outrageous blunder. It completely lost his concentration. Happens sometimes to me as well. The loss of concentration, no one is immune from that. That's something your brain does without your control over that process. And if that happens and you blunder like that, who knows what will happen next? Luckily for Jan, he has a rest day, and we are facing an exciting match. Two equally matched players exchanging blows, and now score is 2-2. What more can we hope for?
Yeah, and we saw the players shake hands, leave the stage. Should we go back and highlight maybe some of the key moments of this fascinating game? It started with the English opening, and Anish, maybe a good choice for Ding, already taking Jan out of the book, out of his, at least, preparation quite early on.
I don't think he took him out of his preparation. I think Jan forgot the preparation because, as I told you earlier as well, this is a line that people play, but there were many orders. So he mixed up the opening, Jan. He played knight h5 in the wrong moment. Knight h5 was the move after d3, not after bishop e2. And that was the first little misstep by Jan. Then both players traded inaccuracies on move 13. Here, Ding played bishop d3, which was not the most accurate. Either c5 or rook a d1 or h3 were suggested by the computer. After bishop d3, Jan in turn made the inaccuracy with the move knight a5. After bishop g4, knight d2, allowing this move c5, when then e5 and d5 were extremely unpleasant. For a while, Jan played it really very, very well. He braced for impact, doubled on the e file, moved the knight back to b7, played f6, stabilized the knight on d6. It seemed as though perhaps around here, perhaps Jan would be, here was perhaps a position that looked the best for black from the entire game. It looks like maybe Jan would stabilize the position, maybe even take over one day, who knows. I think keeping the bishops was very, very juicy options for black. But suddenly, both players accelerated here for no reason, started playing very quickly. And in that sequence, at some point, move 28 here, Jan played knight d4. That was a decisive blunder and came out of nowhere. So Dynasty suggested just g5. What was wrong with that? We still don't know. And after knight d4, many questions about this move. Why even allow queen f4? But simply rook takes d4 and knight b3 was missed by Jan, and the rest was just a matter of conversion. A very strange moment here. To be honest, of course, the opening was quite eventful, but here a tale of one move. It's loss of concentration from a position from equal. The bar even is, it gives white a small edge, but its position really is not far from equal here after g5. Perhaps white has some long-term pluses, but nothing dramatic. And after knight d4 is just all over.
Wow. Incredible. Just such a shift, right, of narratives. Had he played g5, we probably would have still been commentating the game. And that was a 3-result game. I mean, it's not like white is just pressing for 2 results, David. I mean, black is up a pawn. Black has kingside play there. And we very well could have been spinning a narrative of Jan being up 2-0. And that is the thought that he's going to have to be getting out of his mind tonight so that he can sleep. Because right now the match is tied, right? He cannot afford to catastrophize.
Yeah, exactly. A traumatic blunder, but you have to get it out of your system. That's what the top players need. They need to be consistent in order to compete at this level. And Jan is capable. He's not played badly other than this one move in the whole match so far. So he needs to take confidence from that. I'm less pessimistic maybe about Jan's chances than Anish. I think he's much more mature than ever. He's much more stable than ever. Mistakes will happen, but he will need to reset for sure. And in general, this game, he defended pretty well. Yes, he got kind of tricked in the opening slightly, but just this one move. And that's all she wrote. One move can decide things at this elevated level.
Yeah, and one move did decide things. We will, ladies and gentlemen, be bringing you the press conference very shortly. Of course, we want to hear the thoughts of the victor, Ding Liren, as well as the vanquished, Jan Nepomniachtchi. And I'm sure he will be asked how he will approach this process of recovery, a process that is going to have to take place throughout the day tomorrow. Thankfully for Jan, he has that rest day to compose himself and to get ready for the second part of the match. Anish, I mean, the fact that he's got a rest day, I think is pretty important. It's going to just give him a little bit more time to put some distance between him and the game. But we will take you right to the press conference games. It is beginning. Let's listen in.
So I'm pleased with my the quality. Yeah, it's a very hard game, and I managed to keep things under control. So I'm very happy.
Thank you. To Jan, the same question. What is your immediate feeling after the game?
And not great. I guess was a very tense game. So I think I misjudged like the position after like c5, like letting all this structure happen. So I thought it's quite nice for black, but even if so, it's incredibly difficult to play. Yes, so I mean you have basically no idea what to do. But I guess it was, I mean, more or less playable, of course, until I just lost my focus and ended up letting rook d4 happen. But I guess if not rook d4, I mean, okay, if not go for this like for this maneuver like knight f5, just play slowly like rook d8, c6 or something. So I should be still quite tense, but yeah, clearly it's much easier to play for white.
Talking about this moment of knight d4 and rook d4, I would ask the next question right away, Jan. Have you missed this rook d4 move, or you have seen it? And if you have seen it, what was the evaluation of that position?
No, somehow, of course, I missed it. So I said, okay, this was possible, but you know, of course, rook d4 is strong, but it wouldn't be that deadly if not knight b3, and c5 like never works because of d6. So yeah, it was quite unfortunate, but yeah.
Thank you. Ding, the question about this moment of knight d4 and rook d4. We have seen your reaction on camera. Your face expressions changed right away, and you made this rook exchange sacrifice in about 1 minute. Can you please share these feelings that you were feeling at that moment?
To be honest, when I played queen f3, I was calculating something like knight d4 and queen d3 back. But when he played knight d4, I suddenly saw the idea of exchange sacrifice, and the important point is after c5 I have d6. This is very, very lucky for me, since c5 doesn't work, and he not only lose the pawn, but also my knight is very, very strongly placed on d4. So it's like, yeah, suddenly I feel I was winning at that point. So, yeah, it's a little bit hard to believe.
Right. And this is your first victory at the World Championship match. Does it feel different than the other victories in the other tournament?
Yeah. Yeah, this game, I guess I made myself to fully focus on the game, and it went. The result was what as I expected, and yeah, it's. I can say it's the most important win so far, since World Championship is totally different. For example, let's say candidates.
Right, thank you. And if I may ask the same question to Jan, as you have won the first game in the World Championship matches just on round 2. Does it feel different when you're winning at the World Championship match rather than the other tournaments?
I already forgot.
All right. I guess that's it from my side. Now it's time to open the floor to the press. Please go ahead.
Ян, добрый вечер. Вообще эта позиция, она выглядит такая, по-человечески ее играть достаточно, видимо, все-таки сложно, или вам было комфортно, и просто вот что-то пошло не так в этой такой нестандартной пешечной структуре и вообще в нестандартной позиции?
Dear Young, the question is to you. It's this pawn structure that you had, that position, was it comfortable for you to play, or what do you think about it?
Ну, как я уже сказал, позиция довольно интересная, но, наверное, неправильно оценил, потому что я не знаю, какая оценка объективная, но на практике просто очень сложно делать ходы. То есть, может быть, просто надо черными стоять или, там, не знаю, не трогать коня на d6, то есть, или, может быть, вообще оставить пешку на e5 и просто стоять. Вот, но, в принципе, белые как-то пытаются усилиться. Вот, ну, наверное, не стоило допускать такую структуру.
А F6 нужно было обязательно ходить, F6, E6?
Just a moment, we need to translate this and then please.
So Jan replied that, yeah, actually the position is quite interesting, but it's of course hard to play, and there are opportunities also available. Yeah, I shouldn't have expected like D6. So it's possible to play this game.
Ну, как показала партия, наверное, не обязательно было.
The question was it required to play F6? As Jan said, the game showed not.
Okay, thank you. Do we have more question from press?
Mike Klein with chess.com. My question is for Ding Liren. In order to get to this moment, you had to play some games in China to achieve the minimum number. You also had to work out travel difficulties to get to Spain. You had to have Magnus decline. So a lot of things happened to get you here. I'm wondering, do you believe in fate or destiny or anything like that?
Well, it had all passed, I guess. Before, there are a lot of feelings come across to me, but now I was totally focused on this match yet.
Thank you. Next one. Maria, please.
Hello, Maria with Photochess from Chess.com. The first question is for Ian. Were you aware of this line until move 10 being played in 2013 by Richard against Zaragatsky? Were you aware of this game before?
Well, surely I knew this line. I tried to recall some prep, though maybe I mixed up things. But yeah, I guess the position is very, very solid for black. But once again, probably this was over optimistic to let this c5, e5 happen. But that particular game of you said rapport, probably not, but I guess I play with Ding, not with rapport, yeah.
And the second question is to Ding, about the same position. It seems like you had an improvement on move 11, playing castle instead of h4, which played Richard in 2013. Was it prep in advance with your second?
You need to repeat the
yeah,
question. Please louder, because we cannot really hear that well.
Yeah, so it seems like until move 10 you were following the game that your second rapport played 10 years ago. Have you prepared it with him, and have you prepared the improvement of move 11 to play castle?
No, to be honest, I was auto-prepare after knight f4.
Okay.
So I was on my own after that.
Okay, so it was not a novelty on move 11,
no.
At least not that you're aware of. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Do we have next question? All right, now we have the time of Twitter segments. We are bringing some of the questions that the audience has from online, and Jesse will bring that.
Hello, my name is Jessie February. The first question is for Ding. Is staying ahead on time on the clock something you ever think about?
You need to repeat the question once again, a bit louder, please.
No problem. Is staying ahead on time on the clock something you think about?
On time?
Yeah, like the clock.
Sorry.
It's okay. I can move on to the next question.
Next question,
so
yes.
For both of you, from Emil, how much contact do you have with your family and parents during the match?
I can say my mother, they accompany me. Yeah, that's all.
And to Jan, how much contact do you have with your family during the match?
Like every day basically, but not too much.
Thank you.
All right, the next question is from Jade. For Nepo, did you anticipate the English opening today?
Sorry, again?
Did you anticipate the English opening today?
Have you expected English opening today?
Yes, not this particular line, but yeah, it's one of the main openings for Ding. So yeah, shame on me for not repeating lines properly.
Yeah, thank you. Next question, Jesse.
And the last one from Cleomania. Ding, if this game was an 80s song, which song would it be?
You would like me to comparing the game to a song? No, it's not some classical games. I mean the sacrifice for initiative, maybe like some kind of it's a modern way to approach to chess, not some not from the classical World Championship, I guess.
Thank you, Jesse. We have more questions. Mike, please.
Mike, chess.com. My question is for Grandmaster Jan Nepomniachtchi. At the last World Championship, you had some losses, and different players, I imagine, deal with losses in different ways. Maybe you review the game right away. Maybe you don't look at it again. Did you discuss with your team how to handle a loss this time in case it happened? And do you plan to maybe react differently than you did in Dubai in any way?
Well, I'll surely discuss tonight. But no, I guess it's a long match, so it's only the beginning. So I wouldn't compare as well to Dubai. It was like a different story. So.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. I think we can have last few questions for today. Do we have any more questions? Yeah, go ahead, Mike. And we have, I think, from commentary team as well, right? Okay, go ahead, Mike.
Still Mike Klein, chess.com. Question is for Grandmaster Ding Liren. You seem like you're getting more comfortable at the press conferences as well as at the board. Is that an accurate statement? Do you feel more comfortable here answering questions than at the beginning of the match?
You feel very comfortable at the press conference as well as the playing venue. Do you feel more comfortable now?
Yes, clearly I feel more comfortable.
We have one more question. Thank you very much.
Ulrich Stock from German newspaper Die Zeit. I heard, Ding, that you are back in this hotel again. Is it true?
Yeah.
And why is that?
Well, I started to get used of this hotel, and I want to try to win. That's the main reason I come back.
So you spent just one night in a different place?
1 or 2 nights, I couldn't remember.
Thank you, Ding, for the answer. One more question from this side.
The question to Ding Liren. In the second game you played d4, today you played c4. Maybe we can expect to play e4 next game with white.
Well, I cannot review if I... Also now I'm not sure which opening will I play on the next game. It's nothing to do with the first move, but with the opening, with the ideas, which ideas you want to try in this specific game.
And also another question, here I have seen the famous grandmaster from first generation of Chinese grandmaster, Hu Jun, and he is in the team.
Yeah, he's the coach of the Chinese national team.
И последний, это не вопрос, а пожелание Яну хорошо провести выходной день и успешно сыграть следующие партии.
Спасибо.
So the last was not a question, it was more a wish to Mr. Jan. Have a great holiday tomorrow and wish you good luck in the future games.
All right, thank you. I see there's no more press questions. I have one last question before we call it a day. That's to Jan, not just question. We know that you have a cat and a dog at home.
Mm-hmm.
If you could, would you have brought Snow, your dog, and Richie, your cat, to Astana to bring you comfort?
That's quite double-edged. Because normally, these guys, they wake you up like when they need, so it's could also be harmful. But yeah, for the good mood, for sure.
All right. And the question to Ding, do you also have a pet?
Pets? No, not now.
Not now. All right. I see we don't have more questions. I don't have more questions too. Thank you so much. We can conclude today. Tomorrow is a rest day, and we will resume the match the next day. So thank you very much.
Ding and Nepo appearing on the press conference, but first a quick view of the scoreboard, and indeed the score is now tied. It is 2-2 on the strength of Rook takes d4, leading to a victory with the white pieces for Ding Liren. The match is now all tied up after 4 games in preparation for a scintillating Game 5, not tomorrow, but the day after. But we've got a press conference to discuss. Obviously, it's a tale of 2 emotions. Anish, let me start with you. Ding Liren, he's got to be happy. He's happy to answer those questions. What did you make of that?
Yeah, I think it was hard enough to talk about the game, and even harder to discuss this press conference.
Yeah, I know.
Very difficult. Very, very difficult. Always special. I don't know what it is about World Championship match press conferences. They always have to be, I don't even know the word, but something is really, really wrong about them. I don't know. The questions are always timed in the weirdest way. The answers are always weird. It's just nonetheless an epic show. And of course, Ding's thrilled. And Jan, he will try to recover, obviously. And it's not too bad for him, the situation, because score is still equal. He seemed all right at the press conference. The match is still long. He also mentioned that he didn't like his position any longer. He felt that he was too optimistic early on. He felt he was getting outplayed. So he felt, I think, or the way he will plot the picture of today is that, things didn't go well from the start to finish. He does not see it as a one-move blunder, as he mentioned, difficulties that he was facing already before. And in that sense, he will probably have an easier task of putting this game behind him. Of course, he was annoyed also, as he mentioned, not having repeated his lines. Especially all these questions to the player who lost, which are almost some journalists are trying to educate the players, and rub it in and ask these unpleasant questions. But obviously Jan not happy with today, but didn't look so bad. And indeed, I personally, in such situations, I don't want rest day, because tilted, you want to come back. You know all about that, right, Danny? As you play these crazy bullet matches, you know all about tilt. You want to play as fast as possible, but it's better to keep you away from yourself and probably have a rest day.
David, how unprofessional of Ding not to reveal his first move for the next game. Frankly, I think he should be barred from continuing the match. Your thoughts on the press conference?
Yeah, I'm shocked, Danya. I would have taken the opportunity to drop in 1G4 guaranteed next time, promise. But I mean, for me, it was striking the kind of opposing attitudes to the press conference. Of course, Jan keeping his cards close to his chest, not revealing too much. Obviously, it was nice to actually see him come along and answer questions, because it had been a hard day for him. Whereas Ding, very relaxed. We're used to him being quite candid at this point, revealing his emotions. And he might not have revealed that he had any pets, but he was certainly pouncing on the opportunity today. So it was interesting to see their 2 mindsets. And I'm optimistic that both players will come back refreshed after the rest day.
I am as well. And, Jan seemed pretty level-headed despite the extremely disappointing loss. He'll take a look at the game tonight with his seconds. He'll make the appropriate conclusions, and he'll have tomorrow to sleep it off and set himself up for the next day. And I say he will have tomorrow to sleep it off because there is no game tomorrow. There are no more than 2 games without a rest day. So Game 5 is not Friday, but in fact on Saturday. There are games on Saturday and Sunday. The start time is always the same, folks. It is at 2 a.m. Pacific, 5 a.m. New York time, and 11 a.m. Central European Standard Time. Ding Liren will have the black pieces in Game 5, and so far both games where he had black ended in a draw. But all of that is happening over the weekend. For now, the time has come for us to wrap up this scintillating Game 4 in which Ding has managed to level the score. Anish, before I wrap up, I'll go to you first for your final thoughts.
No, it's wonderful. Wonderful match. 2-2, and not after 4 draws, after both players managed to win a game. That is fantastic. We have a match on our hands, lots of intrigue, lots of excitement, everything you wish for. An incredible storyline there. I think rest day comes in time. Everybody has time to rest. Jan and Ding, of course, but also the spectators. It was a very nervous journey for us, ups and downs. Some people rooted for Jan, some people rooted for Ding. We all need a break. I think rest day comes well timed, and over the weekend we'll see what happens. Can't wait, guys. Can't wait.
I can't wait either. David, you will not be joining us on Saturday. Where will you be watching from, and what are your general thoughts on Jan's ability to bounce back?
Yeah, unfortunately, I won't be here on Saturday. I have an appointment at the opera. I booked it a long time ago. I'm sorry, but I'll be watching you guys from afar, maybe after the action is finished. As for Jan's chances, I'm optimistic that he's going to come back fully fresh, forgetting about that blunder. It does feel a bit like a historic moment. It feels like this is the moment Ding really steps into the sun, but Jan, of course, has plenty to say about that. He's very dangerous with the white pieces, very well prepared. And it could still go either way, this match. So I'll be watching. And it's been an honor. Today was a really instructive game, really exciting battle.
Likewise, David, 4 games have passed, but nothing has been decided. The match is all tied up at 2 apiece. Folks, it's been a pleasure bringing you the coverage. Thank you to everybody in the chat, all tens of thousands of you, to our amazing chess.com crew for another amazing broadcast, and to you, Grandmaster Nishgiri and Grandmaster David Howell. An honor, as always. I am Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky, and you were watching the FIDE World Championship 2023. And we will leave you as we head to the rest day with some of the best moments from games 3 and 4. For now, have a great rest of your Thursday and enjoy. I think just objectively, the Ding Liren that we see here right now is a more confident Ding Liren. I don't think that you can argue with that. He's moving methodically and he's fully focused on the board.
He's scarier when he's at the board. This is a thinker, this is a chess player, this is the one that you fear, the one that has beaten Carlsen, the one that has won many tournaments.
I predict not an English. Ding lost in the candidates to Jan, but okay. Whoa. Mike Klein.
But that could be Mike Klein. No way he plays b3. No way. c4. This happened in a Richard Report game from 2013. Report Zaragotsky, and Report played d4 in this position.
I am as confused as Jan. These positions are so complicated and confusing.
I love it. I just love the fact that he chose this opening.
Okay,
we have a move from Jan. That does feel like it's kind of a non-committal move. It feels like more of a waiting move than anything.
Yes, and Ding wrapping his hands around his head. I suspect he might be out of book now, finally. Ding should definitely play concrete now. Oh, wow.
Very quick move by Ding. d5, he's going for it. He wants blood today.
This is exciting.
The game is heating up.
Black isn't busted yet. Black has control over all the squares in his half. Could we see Ding getting a bit frustrated if he doesn't find a breakthrough? Because inside he must be knowing that he's got great chances here to strike. Oh,
Whoa.
Wow.
Whoa.
4-1.
Whoa.
He's hanging, right?
No way!
You can also take this knight if you really want to.
Yes.
We were talking
my
about
god, he
exchange
blundered!
sacrifices.
He forgot to play g5.
Look, his hand was shaking. He almost... Did you see how he took the knight? His hand was shaking. He almost dropped the rook there.
He's gonna go queen g8, I think. And after queen b7, he might resign. There he goes.
And there we go. Handshake. Ding wins.